You've been speaking, but have you been heard? You've been praying, pleading, repeating, but has the universe answered back the way your soul expected it to? Maybe you've been using the wrong tongue for the right dream. Maybe you've been trying to bargain with a force that doesn't trade 8 mirrors. Maybe you've forgotten that the universe doesn't respond to what you say with your lips. It responds to what you declare with your spirit. Listen closely, this is not a mystery to the awakened. This is law. And tonight, I will remind you how to speak that law so clearly, so faithfully, so fearlessly, that the universe has no choice but to rearrange itself in your favor. You were never meant to beg, you were meant to command. You were never meant to echo doubt. You were meant to broadcast certainty. You were never meant to describe your prison. You were meant to declare your promise. This is how the universe listens. It doesn't understand fear, it vibrates to faith. It doesn't respond to confusion, it accelerates clarity. It doesn't move for noise, it moves for truth. And the moment you learn to speak that truth, your truth, with the unwavering frequency of divine authority, that's the moment life begins to obey. Right now, I ask you to drop the language of worry. Set down the words of waiting. Forget the vocabulary of someday. You are here now, awake now, powerful now. You are about to remember the language you were born knowing. Not the language of your culture, your wounds, or your doubt, but the language of your soul. The language the universe always hears and always honors. Tonight, I will show you how to speak it again. I will show you how to align your word with your will, your voice with your vision, your declaration with divine law. Because once you do, your reality will have no choice but to follow. So breathe, open your spirit, and listen with the part of you that never forgot who you are. The universe is listening. Now speak. The universe does not speak in syllables. It does not speak in grammar or form. The universe speaks in frequency, in vibration, in the silent but mighty pulse of your energy. You may think you are asking with words, but it is your vibration that makes the request. You may think you are speaking clearly, but your frequency is the true message. The universe does not respond to what you say, it responds to what you mean. It listens not to your mouth, but to your spirit. The universe hears your fear even when your lips speak hope. It feels your faith even when your voice trembles. For it is written, "Man looketh on the outward appearance, but the Lord looketh on the heart." This is the first sacred remembering. Your vibration is your language. You do not manifest through noise. You manifest through resonance. And what you resonate with, you call forth. When your energy is in harmony with what you desire, that desire is drawn to you like iron to a magnet, not through effort, not through begging, but through the law. The law of vibration is a living, breathing decree written into the bones of creation. When you align with it, life becomes obedient. Circumstances shift. People are moved. Doors open without a sound. Because energy is the true command. The Spirit of God moved upon the water snot with hands, but with word, with breath, with vibration. "Let there be light," he said, and it was not the sentence that created it, was the power behind it. The vibration, the divine certainty, the unshakable authority. You were made in that image. You were born with that same breath in your lungs, that same power in your voice. But it is not just what you say, it is how you be when you say it. You cannot speak abundance and vibrate in fear. You cannot declare freedom and still embody chains. The frequency must match the decree. The inner tone must mirror the outer word. You are an instrument, and the song you play is felt before it is heard. The universe tunes itself to your melody, not your lyrics. When your frequency is incoherent, when you are asking for miracles while expecting disaster, your signal becomes scrambled. Heaven cannot move through confusion. It moves through clarity. It moves through harmony. The clearer your vibration, the louder your voice becomes in the halls of the invisible. Speak not to be heard by the world. Speak to be felt by the Spirit. Speak not just with your tongue, but with your breath, your body, your being. Every thought is a tone. Every emotion is a current. Every belief hums with the rhythm of what is coming toward you. Do not underestimate your own echo in the field of creation. You are always speaking, even in silence, even in stillness. Your frequency goes before you and prepares the way. If you desire healing, become the tone of wholeness. If you seek peace, become the vibration of calm. If you hunger for increase, become the energy of enough. Your request is not in the asking, it is in the becoming. The kingdom of God is within you. That is not metaphor, that is instruction. It means the sacred transmission is already encoded inside your soul. You were born fluent in the language of the universe you just forgot. You were taught to speak to survive, but not to speak to create. You were trained to explain, but not to decree. But you can remember now. You can attune your vibration now. You can return to your divine rhythm now. The law of vibration is not punishing, it is precise. It does not delay, it reflects. It does not judge, it mirrors. So speak now, not only with your voice, but with your vibration. Speak with the quiet certainty of one who knows. Speak as the healed, not the hurting. Speak as the found, not the searching. Speak as the beloved, not the begging. Speak not louder, but deeper. Speak not faster, but truer. Let your energy finish the sentence before your lips even begin. Let your very presence become the prayer. For the universe has ears not for language, but for light, and your light speaks fluently. Clarity is magnetic. Clarity is power. Clarity is the language of the divine. When you are clear, heaven moves. When you are clear, the path unfolds. When you are clear, manifestation becomes immediate because your vibration becomes unmistakable. The universe does not question you when you are clear, it delivers. The angels do not hesitate when you are certain they are assigned by faith. A double-minded man is unstable in all his ways, and so nothing can root in confusion, nothing can grow in contradiction. The soil of creation requires a single, unwavering seed, not scattered thoughts, not mixed emotions, not a plea today and a doubt tomorrow. You must decide, and decide fully. When you are unclear, the signal is split, the frequency is fogged, the message cannot find its mark, and the universe, perfect and precise, waits until your yes becomes whole. This is spiritual law. What you are unclear about cannot arrive. What you hesitate to name cannot be formed. What you send with doubt does not return in power. There is no power in maybe. There is no current in I hope so. There is only power in clarity. There is only movement in divine decision. So speak the vision and make it plain. Do not add apology to your decree. Do not shrink the promise to fit your past. You are not here to make sense. You are here to make truth. And truth is always clear. Truth does not waver. Truth does not wonder. Truth does not ask for permission. Truth is. It exists beyond time, beyond opinion, beyond evidence. And when you speak from truth, you speak with clarity. Not clarity of logic, but clarity of spirit. Clarity that says, this is mine, this is done, this is now, this is who I am. You must become so aligned with your word that nothing in the seen can shake what you know in the unseen. That is the posture of clarity. That is the energy the universe cannot refuse. The moment you shift from wishful to certain, the moment you release the cloud of overthinking and let your spirit declare with clean fire, that is the moment the doors open. That is the moment the people come. That is the moment the delay dissolves. Because your vibration has become readable, decipherable, true, not busy, not panicked, not desperate, but clear. And clarity is the spiritual equivalent of light. When you are clear, you illuminate the next step. When you are clear, the provision appears. When you are clear, the way is made. Confusion is not from God. Doubt is not holy. Delay is not divine. These are signals that your vibration needs tuning, that your decree needs cleansing, that your vision needs anchoring. The mind may wander, but the spirit knows. So return to your spirit. Listen again. Ask again. But this time, do not beg decide. This time, do not wait claim. This time, do not guess no. The moment you are clear, the clouds part. The moment you are clear, you begin to vibrate in the same rhythm as heaven. This is how miracles move, not through panic, not through pressure, but through precision, divine precision, spiritual alignment, holy clarity. The clearer your voice, the louder it echoes in the spirit realm. The clearer your vision, the faster it is fulfilled. The clearer your desire, the more magnetic your presence becomes. You do not need more effort. You do not need more time. You need more clarity, because clarity quickens the law. Clarity accelerates the harvest. Clarity commands the atmosphere. Let the fog lift now. Let the noise fall away. Let the indecision burn in the fire of faith. You were never meant to be confused. You were never meant to live in hesitation. You were meant to speak with boldness, with certainty, with vision sharp as light. And as you do, all things align to your voice. All things respond to your decision. All things return to you multiplied by the force of your clarity. For what is clear cannot be denied. What is clear cannot be delayed. What is clear is already on the way. Faith is the only language the universe fluently understands. Not doubt covered in polite words. Not fear dressed up in holy phrases. Not repetition without resonance. Faith alone, unshaken, unmoved, undivided. When you speak in faith, the whole cosmos leans in. When you move in faith, invisible forces gather in precision. When you breathe in faith, your breath becomes a decree. The unseen recognizes you. The spiritual law responds. Faith is the sound of certainty before the evidence. Faith is the echo of divine memory returning to the present moment, reminding all of creation who you are and what is already yours. You cannot fool the universe with your lips while your heart trembles in disbelief. The vibration will not lie. The frequency cannot pretend. The law of vibration only multiplies what is. And when faith is present, it multiplies miracles. When faith is alive, it accelerates the promise. According to your faith, be it unto you, not according to your tears, not according to your effort, not according to your need, but according to your faith. Faith is the language of heaven. Faith is the frequency of fulfillment. Faith is the vibration of all things already done. Faith does not wait to feel ready. Faith declares before it sees. Faith does not ask for proof. Faith is the proof. Faith walks on water, not because it is safe, but because it is sure. Faith speaks to mountains and expects movement. Faith is the stillness inside the storm. Faith is not loud, but it is unbreakable. Faith is not frantic, but it is immovable. Faith whispers what the world cannot hear and sings what the mind cannot explain. Faith is spiritual law in motion. It is invisible power clothed in sacred knowing. When your words are born from faith, they carry authority. When your voice is wrapped in faith, it cuts through time. When your soul rises in faith, it lifts everything around you into alignment. You do not need to convince life to work. You only need to believe. You do not need to force your dreams into form. You only need to receive what has already been spoken in heaven. Faith is the bridge. Faith is the blueprint. Faith is the spark that activates the divine machinery already set in place. You have been given the measure of faith. It is not outside you, it is within. It is the ancient knowing, buried beneath fear, waiting to be awakened by your voice. You are not trying to create with will, you are remembering what was already promised. The kingdom is within you, the power is within you, the language of the universe is already written on the walls of your heart. Speak from that place, move from that place, rest in that place. Faith has no use for logic. It has no concern for statistics. It does not consult the opinions of man. Faith sees what is not visible and calls it done. Faith feels what is not present and calls it real. Faith does not blink in the face of delay. Faith does not tremble in the presence of giants. Faith knows. Faith remembers. Faith commands. And when you speak in faith, everything in creation must obey, because you are not speaking as a beggar, you are speaking as a child of God. You are the image of I Am. You are the reflection of Word made flesh. You are the echo of divine instruction. You are not asking permission, you are issuing a command through the language of faith. Let your tone be one of trust. Let your rhythm be steady. Let your vibration match the throne, not the storm. Say it with faith. Say it as law. Say it as if all of heaven already agrees, because it does. There is no force needed where faith lives. There is only flow. There is only ease. There is only the graceful unfolding of what cannot be stopped. Faith speaks once and knows. Faith rests while the world races. Faith stands still while the blessing finds its way. Speak now in faith, not in repetition. Speak now in faith, not in fear. Speak now in faith, not in force. Speak now, and it is done. You do not ask the universe, you declare with authority. You do not plead with the infinite, you speak as one with the infinite. You do not approach divine mind as a stranger, you speak as a child of God, born from the same breath, carrying the same creative word. Your power is not in asking timidly. Your power is in knowing deeply. You were never meant to wonder if it will happen. You were meant to speak as if it already has. You were not made to chase what belongs to you. You were made to call it forth. When you ask from lack, you affirm lack. When you plead from fear, you energize fear. When you whisper uncertainty into the ethers reflect your own confusion. The universe is not moved by desperation, it is moved by decision. It is moved by divine clarity. It is moved by the one who knows their voice is a key, the one who knows their tongue is a wand, the one who speaks as if the outcome is already secure because it is. Decree a thing, and it shall be established unto thee, says the word. Not question a thing, not negotiate a thing. Decree, speak, declare, and it shall be. This is law. This is rhythm. This is power. You do not have to scream. You do not have to strive. You do not have to explain. You simply speak with the quiet thunder of authority. You say, what is? You announce the ending from the beginning. You hold your posture while the world catches up to your word. Do not wait for permission to create. Do not wait for evidence to believe. Speak it now. Name it now. Call it into the room with the force of divine speech. You are not begging for scraps. You are not auditioning for abundance. You are not trying to prove your worth to a reluctant universe. You are declaring your truth, and all of life bends toward your belief. This is not arrogance. This is alignment. This is not pride. This is power. This is the inheritance of those who understand spiritual law. You are made of the same fabric as the decree. You are formed from the same light as the word. When you speak in alignment, your voice becomes a tool of creation. It becomes a current. It becomes a ripple across all dimensions, shifting what must be shifted, arranging what must be arranged. There is no force in this, only frequency. There is no pressure in this, only precision. You declare, and then you let go. You declare, and then you prepare. You declare, and then you stand still and know. There is no need to repeat what was spoken in truth. Divine law does not need reminders. Divine timing does not require worry. When a thing is decreed in spiritual confidence, it is set in motion. Even if you cannot see it yet, even if the world around you looks unchanged, you trust the decree more than the delay. You trust the word more than the wait. You trust the vibration more than the vision. Because you are speaking in the language of God, the language that created stars, the language that shaped galaxies, the language that lives inside you now. You do not beg the sun to rise, it rises, because it must. You do not plead for gravity to work, it holds you, because it is law. And the same is true for your decree. It is not fragile, it is not optional. It is law. And when you speak from the throne of inner knowing, the universe responds not in time, but in truth. Not with hesitation, but with harmony. So speak now as one who has remembered. Speak now as one who commands with reverence. Speak now as one who trusts the law, because you are the law in form. Your word is a signal. Your tone is a map. Your vibration is the proof. You are not waiting, you are awakening. You are not asking, you are anointing. You are not wishing, you are writing reality with every breath. Speak now. Speak with fire. Speak with faith. Speak with finality. And it is done. Your inner dialogue shapes your outer results, not your effort, not your struggle, not your appearances. It is the quiet, hidden voice you speak to yourself that carries the seed of every harvest. The words you whisper when no one is watching. The silent stories you repeat when your mouth is still. That is the language creation hears. That is the vibration heaven responds to. You are not manifesting from the lips outward. You are manifesting from the soul inward. As within, so without. As you speak to yourself, so it becomes. If you call yourself broken, the world mirrors your fracture. If you declare yourself forgotten, the world will echo your absence. But if you say within, I am whole, then wholeness must return to you. If you say within, I am favored, then doors must swing open. If you say within, I am chosen, I am guided, I am supplied, then the universe rearranges itself to honor the truth of your vibration. You are not waiting on the world to see you. You are waiting on yourself to agree with what heaven has already called you. Your thoughts have tone, your thoughts have temperature, your thoughts have creative weight. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he, and that thinking becomes your frequency. That frequency becomes your future. You cannot curse yourself in secret and expect to be crowned in public. You cannot sabotage your own soul and expect life to celebrate your spirit. You must make peace with your inner voice. You must purify your inner speech. You must become loyal to your higher self, even in silence, especially in silence. It is not the loud declarations alone that move mountains, it is the quiet beliefs beneath them. You can speak light in public, but if you rehearse fear in private, the results will reflect your rehearsal. You can smile with your lips, but if your inner voice is laced with doubt, your energy will betray your words. The universe listens beyond sound, it listens to the whole tone of your being, the tone of your belief, the tone of your inner conversations, the tone of your relationship with yourself. You must become your own prophet. You must become your own priest. You must become your own healer. No one else is responsible for the words you let live inside of you. Choose them now with reverence. Speak to yourself as one who is already victorious. Speak to yourself as one who is already loved. Speak to yourself as one who is already enough. And let that sacred inner tone radiate so fully that it overflows into your outer life without effort. This is not about forcing positive words. This is about aligning with spiritual truth. You are not pretending to be powerful, you are remembering. You are not pretending to be worthy, you are returning. You are not building confidence from ego, you are building resonance from essence. When your inner voice is harmonized with divine identity, your outer world cannot resist reflecting it. It must respond. It must rearrange. It must obey. Because vibration governs matter. Because spirit governs form. There is a rhythm to truth, and that rhythm must begin inside you. Let every silent sentence be sacred. Let every inner thought carry honor. Let your mind become a sanctuary for what is holy, not a battlefield of what is broken. Speak to your soul as God would speak to you, with love, with light, with certainty, with grace. You are not what you have suffered. You are not what you have feared. You are not what you have failed at. You are what you speak over yourself in the dark. You are what you call yourself when no one is looking. You are what you believe when the world is silent. Call yourself blessed. Call yourself healed. Call yourself ready. Call yourself chosen. Speak to the divine within you until your outer life bends in surrender. Speak to the spirit until the material aligns. Speak until your inner dialogue becomes a daily decree. For once your inner world becomes a sanctuary of truth, the outer world will have no choice but to bow. Spoken words must align with spiritual truth, not temporary facts, not with fear, not with statistics, not with what the eyes see or the ears hear. You are not here to repeat the evidence, you are here to declare the essence. You are not here to echo what is, you are here to prophesy what will be. You are not the voice of limitation, you are the voice of liberation. And your words must reflect the eternal, not the fleeting, the spirit, not the shadow, the promise, not the pressure. When you speak from truth, you speak from the word that was in the beginning, the word that was with God, and the word that was God. That word still lives in you. That word is alive now. That word never returns void. But when your mouth speaks one thing and your soul believes another, the vibration becomes tangled. The signal becomes confused. You cannot speak healing while holding to illness in your identity. You cannot speak overflow while entertaining the voice of lack. You cannot speak faith while feeding fear in your inner temple. The universe listens for alignment. It listens for agreement between your voice and your vibration, between your words and your belief, between what you speak and what lives beneath it. Spiritual law responds to truth, not performance. It mirrors what you are, not just what you say. That is why you must let every word you release be rooted in the eternal, rooted in I am, rooted in divine law. Let your words carry the weight of heaven, not the noise of the world. You may see a storm, but you speak peace. You may feel the pressure, but you declare promise. You may stand in lack, but your words must still declare abundance because your speech is not a description, it is an instruction. Your mouth is not meant to narrate the pain, it is meant to author the healing. You are not here to explain the mountain, you are here to move it. You are not here to agree with the visible, you are here to align with the invisible. Speak from what is unshakable. Speak from what is already done. Speak from the throne, not the wilderness. Let the words that rise from your lips be drenched in spiritual certainty. Let your declarations come from the place where God speaks and never lies. For he is not man that he should lie, nor the Son of Man that he should repent. Has he said it, and shall he not do it? Has he spoken, and shall he not make it good? So you speak not as a victim of fact, you speak as a vessel of truth. You speak as one who knows that truth is the original reality, and facts are just shadows that pass. You speak as one who trusts the unseen more than the seen, the eternal more than the temporary, the spirit more than the flesh. You speak from faith, not from form. You speak from wisdom, not worry. You speak from divine memory, not from human reaction. This is the sacred discipline, to let your language be holy, to let your speech be a portal, to let your tongue become the altar on which only truth is offered. No more aligning with fear just because it feels familiar. No more repeating the report of the world when heaven has already spoken. No more blending truth with fact, for a little poison makes the whole cup bitter. You must speak with the purity of power, the clarity of conviction, the fire of the Spirit. Let every word be born from the secret place. Let every decree be forged in the silence of divine knowing. Let your language carry the breath of God, not the dust of doubt. Speak in rhythm with spiritual law, not emotional reaction. Speak what is true, even if the facts scream otherwise. Speak what is eternal, even when the temporal shouts for your attention. Speak as one who has seen the other side and has returned with holy certainty. The tongue is the rudder of your life. The voice is the conductor of your atmosphere. And when it is aligned with truth, it becomes unstoppable. No weapon formed against you shall prosper not when your words are wrapped in divine law. No delay can hold you not when your vibration matches heaven's decree. No shadow can consume you not when your speech is lit by eternal fire. Speak now. Speak again. Speak only what truth says, and the world will shift to obey. Emotion amplifies language. Feelings are frequencies. What you feel as you speak becomes the true message sent into the unseen. Words without emotion are empty vessels, hollow tones that carry no power. But when feeling is fused with speech, when the heart ignites the tongue, the decree becomes alive, living, moving, creating. For the universe does not respond only to the sound of your voice, it responds to the vibration of your soul. Your emotion is not a weakness. It is an amplifier. It is a transmitter. It is the sacred fire that gives life to the words you speak. This is why empty affirmations do not create change. This is why you can repeat the right words and still feel stuck. Because if the vibration of your heart contradicts the rhythm of your speech, the signal becomes scrambled. It is not the words alone, it is the emotion behind them that births the manifestation. You must feel your words into being. You must breathe emotion into the decree. You must let your soul light the sound. Heaven hears tone. The spirit responds to intention. The law reacts to vibration, and vibration is always influenced by emotion. When you speak from fear, you charge the words with instability. When you speak from worry, the frequency wavers. But when you speak from faith, when you speak from the still, bold fire of trust, the vibration sharpens. The signal clears. The declaration becomes a force. It becomes law in motion. Out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. And from the mouth, the world shapes. The abundance of your heart is your true language. You must therefore guard the emotions you allow to live within you. You must treat your feelings as sacred ingredients. Do not rehearse sorrow and expect to birth joy. Do not nurture bitterness and expect to manifest beauty. The soil of your spirit will only grow what you water with emotion. When you decree a thing, do it with holy feeling. Let your energy be congruent. Let your atmosphere be filled with the scent of what you're calling in. Feel the peace as you declare peace. Feel the wealth as you speak of wealth. Feel the wholeness as you say, I am healed. Your body must join the decree. Your breath must agree. Your tone must align. Speak not only with the mind, but with your entire being. Speak as one who feels the truth rising up from within. The kingdom responds to vibration, and emotion is the most direct path to that vibration. Even Jesus wept. Even he groaned in the spirit. Even he knew the power of feeling as prayer. You are not meant to suppress your feeling. You are meant to sanctify it, transform it, Channel it. Let it burn in alignment with truth. Let it amplify the sound of your I am. For when feeling and faith become one, creation cannot resist your voice. There is no shame in feeling deeply. There is no weakness in spiritual emotion. The old idea that power is cold and calculated is not truth, it is imitation. Real power is alive. Real power moves through the body. Real power trembles in reverence and radiates in certainty. So let your emotions rise in alignment with what you speak. Do not fear the tears that come as you declare your promise. Do not silence the joy that breaks through as you affirm your wholeness. That is vibration. That is the signal. That is the sound the universe understands. Emotion is not chaos when it is grounded in truth. Emotion becomes current. Emotion becomes fuel. Emotion becomes the river that carries your words into fulfillment. So speak now with feeling. Not performance, but presence. Let the love in your heart charge every syllable. Let the peace you feel become a frequency that envelops your world. Let the confidence in your breath move mountains before you ever touch them. You must become your own prophet. You must become your own priest. You must become your own healer. No one else is responsible for the words you let live inside of you. Choose them now with reverence. Speak to yourself as one who is already victorious. Speak to yourself as one who is already loved. Speak to yourself as one who is already enough. And let that sacred inner tone radiate so fully that it overflows into your outer life without effort. This is not about forcing positive words. This is about aligning with spiritual truth. You are not pretending to be powerful, you are remembering. You are not pretending to be worthy, you are returning. You are not building confidence from ego, you are building resonance from essence. When your inner voice is harmonized with divine identity, your outer world cannot resist reflecting it. It must respond. It must rearrange. It must obey. Because vibration governs matter. Because spirit governs form. There is a rhythm to truth, and that rhythm must begin inside you. Let every silent sentence be sacred. Let every inner thought carry honor. Let your mind become a sanctuary for what is holy, not a battlefield of what is broken. Speak to your soul as God would speak to you, with love, with light, with certainty, with grace. You are not what you have suffered. You are not what you have feared. You are not what you have failed at. You are what you speak over yourself in the dark. You are what you call yourself when no one is looking. You are what you believe when the world is silent. Call yourself blessed. Call yourself healed. Call yourself ready. Call yourself chosen. Speak to the divine within you until your outer life bends in surrender. Speak to the spirit until the material aligns. Speak until your inner dialogue becomes a daily decree. For once your inner world becomes a sanctuary of truth, the outer world will have no choice but to bow. Spoken words must align with spiritual truth, not temporary facts, not with fear, not with statistics, not with what the eyes see or the ears hear. You are not here to repeat the evidence, you are here to declare the essence. You are not here to echo what is, you are here to prophesy what will be. You are not the voice of limitation, you are the voice of liberation. And your words must reflect the eternal, not the fleeting, the spirit, not the shadow, the promise, not the pressure. When you speak from truth, you speak from the word that was in the beginning, the word that was with God, and the word that was God. That word still lives in you. That word is alive now. That word never returns void. But when your mouth speaks one thing and your soul believes another, the vibration becomes tangled. The signal becomes confused. You cannot speak healing while holding to illness in your identity. You cannot speak overflow while entertaining the voice of lack. You cannot speak faith while feeding fear in your inner temple. The universe listens for alignment. It listens for agreement between your voice and your vibration, between your words and your belief, between what you speak and what lives beneath it. Spiritual law responds to truth, not performance. It mirrors what you are, not just what you say. That is why you must let every word you release be rooted in the eternal, rooted in I am, rooted in divine law. Let your words carry the weight of heaven, not the noise of the world. You may see a storm, but you speak peace. You may feel the pressure, but you declare promise. You may stand in lack, but your words must still declare abundance because your speech is not a description, it is an instruction. Your mouth is not meant to narrate the pain, it is meant to author the healing. You are not here to explain the mountain, you are here to move it. You are not here to agree with the visible, you are here to align with the invisible. Speak from what is unshakable. Speak from what is already done. Speak from the throne, not the wilderness. Let the words that rise from your lips be drenched in spiritual certainty. Let your declarations come from the place where God speaks and never lies. For he is not man that he should lie, nor the Son of Man that he should repent. Has he said it, and shall he not do it? Has he spoken, and shall he not make it good? So you speak not as a victim of fact, you speak as a vessel of truth. You speak as one who knows that truth is the original reality and facts are just shadows that pass. You speak as one who trusts the unseen more than the seen, the eternal more than the temporary, the spirit more than the flesh. You speak from faith, not from form. You speak from wisdom, not worry. You speak from divine memory, not from human reaction. This is the sacred discipline, to let your language be holy, to let your speech be a portal, to let your tongue become the altar on which only truth is offered. No more aligning with fear just because it feels familiar. No more repeating the report of the world when heaven has already spoken. No more blending truth with fact, for a little poison makes the whole cup bitter. You must speak with the purity of power, the clarity of conviction, the fire of the Spirit. Let every word be born from the secret place. Let every decree be forged in the silence of divine knowing. Let your language carry the breath of God, not the dust of doubt. Speak in rhythm with spiritual law, not emotional reaction. Speak what is true, even if the facts scream otherwise. Speak what is eternal, even when the temporal shouts for your attention. Speak as one who has seen the other side and has returned with holy certainty. The tongue is the rudder of your life. The voice is the conductor of your atmosphere. And when it is aligned with truth, it becomes unstoppable. No weapon formed against you shall prosper not when your words are wrapped in divine law. No delay can hold you not when your vibration matches heaven's decree. No shadow can consume you not when your speech is lit by eternal fire. Speak now, speak again. Speak only what truth says, and the world will shift to obey. Emotion amplifies language, feelings are frequencies. What you feel as you speak becomes the true message sent into the unseen. Words without emotion are empty vessels, hollow tones that carry no power. But when feeling is fused with speech, when the heart ignites the tongue, the decree becomes alive, living, moving, creating. For the universe does not respond only to the sound of your voice, it responds to the vibration of your soul. Your emotion is not a weakness. It is an amplifier. It is a transmitter. It is the sacred fire that gives life to the words you speak. This is why empty affirmations do not create change. This is why you can repeat the right words and still feel stuck. Because if the vibration of your heart contradicts the rhythm of your speech, the signal becomes scrambled. It is not the words alone, it is the emotion behind them that births the manifestation. You must feel your words into being. You must breathe emotion into the decree. You must let your soul light the sound. Heaven hears tone. The spirit responds to intention. The law reacts to vibration, and vibration is always influenced by emotion. When you speak from fear, you charge the words with instability. When you speak from worry, the frequency wavers. But when you speak from faith, when you speak from the still, bold fire of trust, the vibration sharpens. The signal clears. The declaration becomes a force. It becomes law in motion. Out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. And from the mouth, the world shapes. The abundance of your heart is your true language. You must therefore guard the emotions you allow to live within you. You must treat your feelings as sacred ingredients. Do not rehearse sorrow and expect to birth joy. Do not nurture bitterness and expect to manifest beauty. The soil of your spirit will only grow what you water with emotion. When you decree a thing, do it with holy feeling. Let your energy be congruent. Let your atmosphere be filled with the scent of what you're calling in. Feel the peace as you declare peace. Feel the wealth as you speak of wealth. Feel the wholeness as you say, I am healed. Your body must join the decree. Your breath must agree. Your tone must align. Speak not only with the mind, but with your entire being. Speak as one who feels the truth rising up from within. The kingdom responds to vibration, and emotion is the most direct path to that vibration. Even Jesus wept. Even he groaned in the spirit. Even he knew the power of feeling as prayer. You are not meant to suppress your feeling. You are meant to sanctify it, transform it, channel it, let it burn in alignment with truth. Let it amplify the sound of your I am. For when feeling and faith become one, creation cannot resist your voice. There is no shame in feeling deeply. There is no weakness in spiritual emotion. The old idea that power is cold and calculated is not truth, it is imitation. Real power is alive. Real power moves through the body. Real power trembles in reverence and radiates in certainty. So let your emotions rise in alignment with what you speak. Do not fear the tears that come as you declare your promise. Do not silence the joy that breaks through as you affirm your wholeness. That is vibration. That is the signal. That is the sound the universe understands. Emotion is not chaos when it is grounded in truth. Emotion becomes current. Emotion becomes fuel. Emotion becomes the river that carries your words into fulfillment. So speak now with feeling. Not performance, but presence. Let the love in your heart charge every syllable. Let the peace you feel become a frequency that envelops your world. Let the confidence in your breath move mountains before you ever touch them. Speak as one whose emotion is sanctified. Speak as one whose energy is holy. Speak as one who understands that the fire inside is not there to consume but to create. Let your decree be born from feeling. Let your manifestation be baptized in emotion. Let your words become sound, and your sound become spirit, and it shall be done. Silence can speak louder than frantic prayers. Silence is not absence. Silence is not weakness. Silence is not lack of power. It is power in its most concentrated form. There are moments when the most sacred decree is no sound at all, only vibration, a stillness so deep, so faithful, so aligned with the divine that it shakes the unseen without making a sound. The tongue may rest, but the spirit is roaring. The voice may pause, but the energy continues speaking. For in the realm of spirit, stillness is not empty, it is full, it is rich. It is alive with divine certainty. Be still and know, not be still and wonder, not be still and worry, not be still and beg, be still and know. Silence is the voice of knowing. Silence is the posture of those who no longer strive, who no longer plead, who no longer perform. Silence is the language of those who trust the decree so deeply that they no longer feel the need to repeat it. The vibration has been sent. The law has been activated. The outcome is already unfolding, and so they rest in the sacred hush of completion. There is a stillness that moves mountains. There is a quiet that pierces through dimensions. There is a holy silence that speaks directly to the heart of God. You are not unheard when you are quiet. You are not forgotten when you go within. The silence is not a void. It is a sanctuary, a temple, a throne room where only your spirit speaks, and your spirit always speaks fluently to the universe. When your mouth rests, your vibration rises. When your lips stop moving, your energy begins to transmit more clearly. The sacred remembering is not always in the shout. Sometimes it is in the breath, in the surrender, in the complete trust that what you have spoken is already done. The noise of fear begs, the noise of ego performs, but divine power is often still. Divine wisdom whispers. Divine alignment needs no audience. You must remember the holiness of inner quiet, the strength of sacred pause. You must resist the urge to over-explain, to redeclare, to outshout your doubt. Sometimes your greatest demonstration of faith is not another word, but the silence that believes, the silence that agrees, the silence that says, I have spoken, and I know. Even creation began in silence. Before, let there be light, there was the deep, the void, the unspoken fullness of divine potential. It is in that same quiet space that your greatest manifestations begin. In the invisible, in the unshaken silence of pure faith, you are allowed to rest. You are allowed to be still. You are allowed to stop speaking and start receiving. The vibration has already gone ahead. The decree has already been heard. The angels are already moving. The outcome is already forming. There is no need to keep speaking from fear. There is no urgency in divine timing. There is no pressure in spiritual law. If you have spoken it in truth, if you have released it in vibration, let it breathe. Let it move. Let it become. Return to the stillness not as an escape, but as a throne. Return to the silence not as defeat, but as dominion. For it is in that stillness that faith grows roots. It is in that silence that the word becomes flesh. You do not need to force what is already yours. You do not need to shout to be heard by God. The voice of your spirit is constant. It never sleeps. It never stutters. It never forgets what you have planted in faith. You may rest now. You may breathe now. You may allow now. Because even in silence, you are still speaking the language of the universe. Your silence is filled with knowing. If your stillness is filled with power, if your quiet is filled with the holy echo of I am, let this moment be sacred. Let this stillness be enough. Let your energy carry the decree now. Let the vibration do what the words no longer need to. And let yourself remember that when all has been said, when all has been declared, when all has been aligned, the silence itself becomes a prayer. The silence becomes a temple. The silence becomes a song. Gratitude is fluency in universal law. Gratitude is not a reaction, it is a vibration. It is not the product of having received, it is the cause. When you give thanks, you do not simply acknowledge what is, you activate what is becoming. Gratitude is the voice of completion before the manifestation arrives. Gratitude is the sound of faith clothed in joy. Gratitude is the rhythm of the one who understands that the blessing is already here, already moving, already unfolding in divine sequence. Give thanks not because it is polite. Give thanks because it is powerful. Give thanks not because you see the outcome. Give thanks because you trust the source. Gratitude does not wait for proof. It is the proof. When you say, thank you, with your whole being, You are saying to the universe, I believe, I receive, I already am. You are saying, it is done, even when the evidence is still forming. You are saying, I am in agreement with divine law, and that agreement draws miracles with magnetic force. Every time you offer gratitude, you open the gates wider. Every time you speak with thanksgiving, you raise your frequency to the level where blessings live. The vibration of gratitude is the signal of readiness. It says to the universe, this soul is aligned. It says to spiritual law, this one remembers. It says to the invisible, I already see with the eyes of truth. For even Jesus, when he was about to call forth the impossible, lifted his eyes and gave thanks. Before Lazarus walked, before the bread multiplied, before the miracle arrived, he gave thanks. Gratitude goes before the manifestation, not after. You do not wait for your healing to give thanks. You give thanks, and healing moves. You do not wait for the door to open to rejoice. You rejoice, and the door recognizes your frequency. Gratitude is not a response to what has happened. It is a declaration that what must happen is already written, already real, already yours. When you walk in gratitude, you walk in prophecy. When you speak in gratitude, you speak in fulfillment. You become the evidence of your own faith. This is the secret rhythm. When you bless the unseen becomes seen. When you honor the promise before it arrives, the promise takes shape. When you give thanks for the abundance not yet visible, you unlock the floodgates of the kingdom. For the kingdom is always now, always present, always prepared for the one who is ready. And the soul that gives thanks without needing the proof is the soul that receives beyond measure. Gratitude is not small, it is not soft, it is not sentimental, it is a force, it is a weapon of light. It is the language of the awakened. It is the sound that repels fear and attracts flow. You cannot be truly grateful and also afraid. You cannot be truly grateful and also lacking. Gratitude dissolves the illusion of separation. It brings your spirit into full union with what is already yours in spirit. Let your words drip with thanksgiving. Let your breath become a song of thanks. Let your atmosphere be wrapped in the fragrance of appreciation. Give thanks in the waiting. Give thanks in the silence. Give thanks in the still-forming moments where nothing yet looks different, but everything feels different. That is where power lives. That is where law listens. That is where vibration sharpens into manifestation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is not repetition. This is activation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is not habit. This is holy alignment. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is not flattery. This is faith in motion. This is spirit in command. This is your vibration becoming a match for miracles. When you make gratitude your language, you speak with the fluency of angels. When you make gratitude your default, you speak in the frequency of favor. Gratitude opens what force cannot. Gratitude melts resistance. Gratitude fills the space so completely that lack has no room to stay. Speak now in thanksgiving. Sing now in joy. Let your gratitude be louder than your fear, stronger than your doubt, and deeper than your waiting. Let it rise from your belly. Let it pour from your chest. Let it vibrate in your bones. For what you are thankful for, you are aligned with. And what you are aligned with is already making its way to you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, it is done. Let the final ingredient be release. Let the last breath of your decree be surrender. Let the power of your word be sealed in trust, not in tension, not in effort, not in force, but in holy letting go. For what you have spoken in truth, what you have declared in clarity, what you have charged with faith and wrapped in gratitude, now you must release. Now you must open your hands, open your heart, open the field of receiving. You must let the word leave your grasp and take root in the unseen. Surrender is not weakness, it is wisdom. It is alignment with divine timing. It is the knowing that the law is always working, even when your eyes see nothing. It is the sacred exhale that completes the manifestation cycle. First you align, then you decree, then you believe, then you feel, then you give thanks, and then you let go. You stop trying to manage it with your mind. You stop checking the clock. You stop digging up the seed to see if it's growing. You trust that the word is already working in ways you cannot yet see. You trust the unseen as fully as you trust the sunrise. You trust the law the way roots trust the earth. When you release, you return to rest. When you let go, you enter the rhythm of completion. For it is written, "There remaineth therefore a rest to the people of God." Rest is not the absence of work, it is the presence of faith. It is the stillness of one who knows the decree has already been delivered, that angels have already been dispatched, that the way has already been made. The moment you release the outcome is the moment the outcome releases to you. Let your release be an offering. Let it be holy. Let it be done, not with anxiety, but with reverence, not with fear, but with full trust. For surrender is not the absence of action, it is the presence of alignment. You are no longer grasping. You are no longer negotiating. You are no longer trying to push what can only unfold. You are making space for the divine to move, as only the divine can move. You are stepping back so that the higher orchestration can be heard. You are letting God be God. Even Jesus said, "Into thy hands I commit my spirit." This is the final act of creation, not control, but commitment, not grasping, but entrusting, not clinging, but resting in the rhythm of divine law. The seed has been planted, the vibration has been set, the decree has been sent, and now you rest in the knowing that what is yours cannot miss you. What you have spoken in alignment will return multiplied. What you have surrendered in faith is now carried by forces far greater than you. Let your energy now become soft. Let your presence become quiet. Let your breath move gently, as if the answer is already here, because it is. It is already formed in the invisible. It is already alive in the spirit. It is already on its way into matter, reshaping itself according to the vibration you have sent. Do not disturb the process with worry. Do not interfere with questions that shrink your frequency. Do not dim the light with doubt. Stay in the light of surrender. Stay in the peace of release. Stay in the power of stillness. And as you wait, not passively, but faithfully, let your joy rise. Let your confidence deepen. Let your spirit expand in expectation, for what you have truly let go of in faith must return. That is covenant. That is truth. You are not forgotten. You are not denied. You are not delayed. You are being aligned. You are being prepared. You are being expanded into the version of yourself that is ready to receive what you have called in. So now you wait, not because you're unsure, but because you're sure. You stand still, not because nothing is happening, but because everything is happening. You let go, not because you don't care, but because you care enough to trust the timing of God more than the pressure of the world. This is the rhythm. This is the breath. This is the final sound of creation, quiet confidence, gentle knowing, holy release, and it is done. When the answer arrives, receive it with reverence. Do not question its form. Do not hesitate at its door. Do not shrink back in doubt or dismiss it as too good, too sudden, too unexpected. The language of the universe is not only spoken, it must also be heard. And what you hear, you must allow. What you allow, you must honor. What you honor, you must embrace. This is the final act of creation, to become a receiver as powerful as you were a declarer. To say yes, to open wide. To make room in your being for what you once only held in belief. You cannot speak your miracle into being and then reject its arrival because it wears unfamiliar clothes. You cannot declare wealth and then push it away because it looks like new responsibility. You cannot affirm love and then close your heart when it knocks. The manifestation may not look like your imagination. It may be wrapped in growth, disguised as opportunity, veiled in change. But it is the answer. It is the response. It is the echo of your vibration, come back to kiss your life in form. You must be prepared to hold what you have called. You must be ready to carry what you have commanded. You must be willing to become the container for the very thing you once cried out for in faith. For it is written, "Give, and it shall be given unto you, good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over." And when it comes running over, do not tighten your grip in fear. Do not sabotage your season with unworthiness. Do not delay your blessing with disbelief. Say yes with your whole being. Say yes with your vibration. Say yes with your action. Receiving is not passive, it is intentional. It is bold, it is sacred. It is the posture of a soul that knows its place in the divine order. A soul that says, "I trust the source more than I trust the story." A soul that says, "This is mine, not by merit, but by alignment." A soul that says, "I receive, not because I've earned it, but because I've remembered who I am." You do not earn divine fulfillment. You remember it. You do not hustle for spiritual inheritance. You awaken to it. And when it knocks, you open the door with full heart and steady hands. Let the blessing in. Let the new life unfold. Let the answered prayer settle into your bones. Let the joy be real. Let the ease surprise you. Let the favor feel normal. This is your new language now, the language of receiving. You are fluent in gratitude. You are fluent in trust. You are fluent in surrender. Now become fluent in acceptance, in worthiness, and yes. There is a frequency to receiving. It is not loud. It is not frantic. It is not skeptical. It is soft. It is still. It is open. It is faithful. It does not second-guess the gift. It becomes one with it. It does not over-explain the arrival. It breathes it in. Feel that breath now. That sacred inhale. That holy yes. That divine exhale of completion. This is your creation. This is your word made flesh. This is the return of your decree in form. And when it arrives, however it arrives, bless it. Bless the door it came through. Bless the time it took. Bless the lessons that shaped you into one who could hold it. Bless the delay that deepened your roots. Bless the becoming that expanded your capacity. For now you are not just the speaker of the word. You are the embodiment of it. You are the answer in motion. You are the manifestation in human form. Receive now, not as a guest in your own promise, but as the rightful heir. Receive now, not as one surprised by goodness, but as one synchronized with divine rhythm. Receive now, not with trembling hands, but with open arms. For what has come to you has been looking for you. What has arrived is not random, it is resonant. It belongs to the version of you who said yes in secret. It belongs to the vibration you held in silence. It belongs to the energy you chose when no one was watching. Let it be easy now. Let it be sacred now. Let it be yours now. Receive, and it shall remain. Receive, and it shall multiply. Receive, and it shall unfold. The language of the universe has been spoken, and you have been heard. Now become the word fulfilled. Now become the answered prayer. Now become the sacred yes. Now that you have received, you must remain. You must remain in the vibration of truth, not just for the moment of manifestation, but as a new way of being. You must not return to old patterns of doubt, old frequencies of fear, old stories of limitation. What you received came because you rose to meet it. Now you must stay elevated to sustain it. This is the sacred maintenance of miracles, the daily honoring of what once lived only in faith. You are no longer asking, no longer waiting, no longer preparing. You are living the answered prayer. You are dwelling inside the very vibration that brought it forth. This is the rhythm of divine habitation, not a visit, not a glimpse, not a temporary spark of belief, but an enduring alignment, a continual agreement, a constant yes, for the manifestation is not a destination, it is a mirror. And if your frequency shifts, the reflection fades. But when you remain in the posture of your decree, when you continue to speak, think, feel, and act from the place of fulfillment, the manifestation grows, it stabilizes, it multiplies, it deepens. The outer world reflects the tone you maintain, not just what you initiate. Abide in the word. Abide in the vibration. Abide in the energy of already. You do not need to keep reaching. You need to keep radiating. You do not need to keep repeating. You need to keep remembering. When the blessing arrives, the greatest act of devotion is to remain worthy of it, not by effort, but by energetic agreement, not by fear of losing it, but by love for what it represents, a fulfilled promise, a living law, a moment when heaven and earth kissed and said, "Yes, it is so." Jesus said, "Abide in me, and I in you." This is not only about faith, it is about frequency. To remain is to become. To remain is to embody. You no longer seek from the outside, you generate from the inside. And every day becomes a sacred rhythm of resonance. Every choice becomes a mirror of alignment. Every breath becomes an act of sustaining your divine truth. You must not speak against what you've spoken for. You must not doubt what you've already declared. You must not betray the answered prayer with smallness, with fear, with old identities that no longer serve your elevation. You are not who you were before the manifestation came. You are more expanded, more rooted, more aware of your power. Let your thoughts now reflect that expansion. Let your actions reflect that awareness. Let your words continue to build upon what has already been given. Remain in the vibration that called the promise forth. Remain in the gratitude that welcomed it in. Remain in the peace that followed the release. Remain in the knowing that what came by faith is sustained by faith. The law has not changed. The voice has not silenced. The energy has not withdrawn. It is still responding to you. It is still listening. It is still shaping your life around your dominant vibration. So keep it sacred. Keep it pure. Keep it clear. You are not just the one who manifested. You are the one who maintains. You are not just the one who spoke. You are the one who continues to resonate. And as you do, your field becomes magnetic. Your presence becomes a portal. Your life becomes a testimony, a living scripture, a walking decree. You become the evidence of what happens when one speaks with faith, aligns with love, receives with reverence, and remains with devotion. This is no longer about doing, it is about being, about resting in your divine rhythm, about letting the language of the universe live through your breath, your movement, your vibration. You are no longer chasing the frequency. You are the frequency. You no longer strive to become. You simply remain in who you've already been created to be. Whole, powerful, blend chosen. Remain now in joy. Remain now in light. Remain now in truth. And as you do, all things are added. All things are refined. All things are multiplied. For the one who remains becomes the dwelling place of divine supply. The one who remains becomes the embodiment of sacred law. The one who remains is no longer manifesting. They have become the manifestation. And now, beloved soul, remain in the truth of what you are. You are no longer separate from the divine rhythm. You are the rhythm. You are no longer outside the flow. You are the flow. The language of the universe is no longer a mystery to you. Because you remember now, it has always been your native tongue. The I am within you has never stopped speaking. It was only waiting for your agreement, your alignment, your yes. You have spoken with power. You have declared with clarity. You have felt the vibration rise within your bones. You have surrendered the outcome and received the answer. And now you stand, not as a seeker, but as one who knows. You stand in stillness, not because there is nothing left to do, but because you have become the vibration that moves worlds without force. You no longer manifest by reaching, you manifest by radiating, by remaining, by remembering. Carry this truth like breath, speak it in silence, walk in the rhythm of sacred law, and let your life be a living decree. Let every step you take be a sentence. Let every breath be a vibration. Let every moment be a message to the universe that says, I remember who I am. I know the language. I speak the frequency. I walk as one with the word. And so it is. And so it will continue to be. Because you are no longer trying to be heard. You are the voice itself. There comes a moment in life when the universe conspires in your favor, when unseen hands begin to rearrange circumstances, and you feel a subtle, yet unmistakable, shift in the rhythm of your days. It is in these moments that God is preparing to open doors that have long been closed, to bestow blessings that have been patiently awaiting their appointed hour. These are not ordinary times. They are punctuated by signs, gentle whispers, and synchronicities that guide you toward the extraordinary. First, you may notice a sudden clarity in your mind. Thoughts that once seemed tangled or confusing now flow with ease, as if a veil has been lifted. Ideas that were scattered begin to form a harmonious pattern. This is the mind aligning with the divine plan, and it is a signal that something remarkable is approaching. Every insight, every inspired thought, is a breadcrumb on the path leading to your greater good. Pay attention, for these are the whispers of divine guidance. Next, the people around you will begin to shift. You may encounter strangers who provide just the right word, mentors who appear at the perfect time, or friends who seem to radiate unexpected wisdom. These encounters are never accidental. Each person is placed before you as a messenger, a catalyst, or a door to a new opportunity. Notice the repeated themes in conversations, the recurring advice, and the unusual coincidences. These are the unmistakable signs that the universe is actively working on your behalf. Another sign is the sudden alignment of circumstances. Doors that were once closed begin to open effortlessly. Opportunities that seemed out of reach now present themselves without struggle. Perhaps finances align in an unexpected way, or a project gains momentum overnight. Life begins to feel as if it is conspiring to support you. And every small victory, every seemingly minor stroke of luck, is a confirmation that something greater is unfolding. You may also experience a profound inner peace. Even amid challenges, a calm assurance settles over you, an unshakable knowing that all is in divine order. This serenity is not passive. It is the active recognition that the universe has already prepared the way. Fear and doubt lose their power, and your heart opens to receive what is coming. Finally, you will notice a heightened sense of gratitude. You begin to celebrate the small things, the everyday miracles, and the simple joys of life. Gratitude acts like a magnet, drawing even greater blessings to you. The more you focus on the abundance that surrounds you, the more the universe responds, confirming that your readiness is matched by the provision that is already on its way. Pay attention, for these signs are not subtle if you are awake to them. They are the clear, divine signals that something magnificent is on its way. The universe speaks in symbols, in moments of clarity, and in the quiet nudges that guide your steps. When you recognize these signs, you step into alignment with the flow of abundance, prepared to receive the magnificent blessings that are destined for you. There comes a moment in life when the fog of confusion lifts, as though it were never there. When decisions that once felt impossible to make suddenly become clear, and the mind feels as if it has been touched by a divine hand. This clarity is not a mere fleeting thought or a passing feeling. It is a profound awakening, a sudden alignment of the intellect with the higher intelligence that governs all things. Often, we move through life with fragmented thinking, distracted by circumstances, doubts, and the incessant chatter of our own minds. We try to solve problems through sheer effort, struggling to make sense of situations that feel beyond our control. Yet, there comes a time when all that struggle becomes unnecessary, when the universe steps in and offers a mental gift, a sudden illumination that guides our steps with precision and certainty. This clarity often arrives quietly, almost imperceptibly, as though the mind itself has been patiently waiting for the right moment to awaken. You may notice that thoughts begin to flow effortlessly, that solutions to problems appear with ease, and that ideas which once seemed distant or unattainable now crystallize before you with remarkable sharpness. It is as if a veil has been lifted, revealing a hidden order in what once seemed chaotic. This is the mind beginning to tune itself to the higher currents of divine wisdom, allowing insight to come not from struggle, but from a state of receptive consciousness. In these moments, the thinking that previously required great effort now flows naturally, guided by a higher intelligence that knows the way better than we ever could through reasoning alone. Inspired thoughts often accompany this sudden clarity. These are not ordinary thoughts, nor are they simply products of our imagination. They carry a distinct energy, a spark that ignites action and illuminates the path forward. They arrive unbidden, sometimes in the quiet hours of the morning, sometimes in the middle of mundane tasks, yet they carry the unmistakable signature of divine guidance. These thoughts often provide practical solutions, new directions, or even entirely new visions of life that had previously seemed impossible. The moment you recognize such an idea, there is an unmistakable inner knowing, a deep resonance that says, "This is the way forward." The clarity is immediate, the path evident, and the heart responds with an intuitive certainty that cannot be doubted. It is important to note that this sudden clarity does not operate within the realm of logic alone. Often, the answers it provides defy conventional reasoning, as if the mind is receiving instructions from a source far beyond ordinary comprehension. What once seemed insurmountable becomes simple, what was confusing becomes self-evident, and what felt out of reach now appears to be within grasp. The mind, aligned with divine intelligence, begins to operate with a sense of effortless competence. Every idea, every thought, every impulse is infused with a sense of purpose, a precise direction, and a certainty that nothing else could provide. Many people fail to recognize these moments because they are accustomed to struggling for solutions. They expect difficulty, resistance, and trial before any success. Yet divine clarity operates in an entirely different way. It does not demand toil, fear, or worry. It moves silently and confidently, bypassing the noise of doubt, hesitation, and overthinking. When it arrives, it does so with unmistakable authority, and all that is required is recognition and trust. To resist it is to resist the very hand of guidance that has been orchestrating circumstances for your highest good. Every detail, every step, every thought that flows in this state of clarity is perfectly placed, and the more you follow it, the more effortless your progress becomes. The physical body and the environment often respond in subtle ways to this mental awakening. Energy feels renewed, the heart feels lighter, and decisions that once caused tension now bring a sense of liberation. The mind operates with a heightened sense of focus, and tasks that were once tedious or overwhelming become manageable, as if time itself has rearranged to accommodate the clarity that has arrived. Ideas begin to connect, patterns emerge, and the way forward, which had previously been obscured, now lies open and inviting. This is the unmistakable sign that you are operating in alignment with divine guidance. It is also important to understand that such inspired clarity is often preceded by a period of preparation. The universe rarely delivers insight without first preparing the consciousness to receive it. Challenges, uncertainties, and periods of waiting are not random, they are the training ground, the necessary space in which the mind becomes ready to perceive higher truth. Once that readiness is achieved, clarity arrives not by force, but by natural alignment. It is as if the mind has been calibrated to receive, to recognize, and to act upon inspiration. When this happens, life seems to respond in kind, bringing opportunities, people, and circumstances that perfectly reflect the insight received. In these moments of sudden clarity, every thought carries a vibration of purpose. You begin to notice that ideas flow in sequences, that solutions are not isolated, but interconnected, and that the path forward is not merely about achieving a goal, but about stepping into a greater sense of alignment with life itself. Decisions become guided not by fear, habit, or pressure, but by a deep, intuitive understanding of what is right, necessary, and harmonious. The mind operates as a channel, and inspiration flows through it with a clarity that cannot be manufactured, imitated, or forced. Recognizing this gift requires attentiveness and a willingness to quiet the usual mental chatter. Often, the mind is so consumed with worry, planning, or overthinking that the whispers of clarity are drowned out. Yet, when one cultivates a receptive state, when one practices stillness and openness, the clarity arrives naturally. It may come as a single illuminating thought, as a sudden idea that changes everything, or as a sequence of insights that together reveal the way forward. In each case, the key is trust, the understanding that these thoughts are not random but divinely orchestrated, that each carries a piece of the greater plan waiting to be revealed. Once clarity takes hold, action follows naturally. There is no hesitation, no questioning, no second guessing. The mind, having been aligned with inspiration, moves decisively, confidently, and with a sense of inevitability. Every step, every choice, every effort is supported by the unseen intelligence that provided the insight in the first place. What once seemed impossible becomes inevitable, and what once required struggle now unfolds effortlessly. The mind, guided by clarity and inspired thought, becomes a powerful instrument through which life expresses abundance, opportunity, and purpose. Life has a way of bringing people into our path at precisely the moment when their presence carries a purpose far greater than coincidence. These encounters are not random, they are orchestrated by the unseen intelligence that governs all things, and they arrive as signs, guidance, and opportunities carefully placed along the journey. Often, we dismiss the people we meet as mere acquaintances, casual colleagues, or passing strangers, unaware that each interaction may hold a key to the unfolding of our greatest blessings. When God is preparing to give something significant, the universe sends messengers in the form of people, individuals whose words, actions, or even mere presence are designed to awaken understanding, provide insight, or open doors that would otherwise remain closed. These meaningful encounters often appear when we least expect them. Perhaps a stranger offers advice that strikes the mind with clarity, or a friend shares a perspective that transforms the way we view a situation. Sometimes, a mentor or guide appears seemingly out of nowhere, offering the wisdom and support necessary to navigate a challenge that had previously seemed insurmountable. The universe arranges these meetings with perfect timing, ensuring that we are prepared to receive the guidance we need. When we recognize the significance of these encounters, we begin to understand that every person in our life, no matter how brief the interaction, has a role in shaping our journey. One of the most remarkable aspects of these encounters is the sense of alignment they create. Certain people arrive and resonate with us on a level that transcends ordinary interaction. Conversations flow effortlessly, insights are exchanged naturally, and understanding is immediate. These connections carry a subtle, almost imperceptible energy, a recognition that we are exactly where we are meant to be, and that the guidance we are receiving is divinely inspired. It is in these moments that intuition sharpens, the heart opens, and clarity is reinforced. Every word spoken, every gesture made, and every shared moment is imbued with significance, even if it is not immediately apparent. The signs embedded in these encounters often manifest through repetition and synchronicity. Perhaps the same message appears in multiple conversations, or similar advice comes from different people, seemingly unconnected. This is the universe's way of emphasizing the importance of the lesson or opportunity being presented. When guidance is repeated, when ideas converge from multiple sources, it signals that attention must be paid. These recurring patterns are like the steady drumbeat of destiny, affirming that a larger plan is unfolding and that the people appearing in your life are integral to its realization. It is essential to cultivate awareness and receptivity during these encounters. Too often, individuals dismiss the guidance they receive because it does not arrive in the expected form, or because it challenges their current beliefs and habits. Yet the wisdom embedded in these interactions is always precise, tailored to the readiness and needs of the moment. A chance conversation with a stranger may contain exactly the insight required to solve a pressing problem, or a brief exchange with a colleague may ignite a vision for a new opportunity. What seems coincidental is, in reality, divinely orchestrated, and the key lies in listening attentively, observing keenly, and being willing to act upon the guidance received. These meaningful encounters frequently bring clarity to situations where the path forward is unclear. The advice, encouragement, or instruction provided by others often acts as a mirror, reflecting back what the mind alone cannot perceive. A mentor's question, a friend's suggestion, or even a casual remark can illuminate a hidden solution, revealing a path that had previously been obscured. The clarity gained through these interactions is profound, for it is not merely intellectual understanding. It is an intuitive knowing that arises from the alignment of heart, mind, and circumstance. The guidance received through others serves as a bridge between confusion and certainty, between uncertainty and decisive action. Sometimes, these encounters challenge us to step beyond comfort and habit. The people who appear in these moments often push us to expand our perspective, to embrace change, or to act in ways we might otherwise avoid. They encourage growth, inspire courage, and ignite vision. Their role is not always to provide easy answers, but to awaken the inner resources we may have forgotten we possess. Through their influence, doors open, opportunities emerge, and confidence blossoms. The resonance felt during such encounters is unmistakable, a deep, intuitive sense that the person, and the guidance they provide, is part of a larger, purposeful design. The universe also communicates through the collective energy of these interactions. Certain encounters leave a lasting impression, not because of the content of the conversation alone, but because of the alignment of energy, intention, and timing. People appear when they are needed most, even if we are not yet aware of the reason. Their presence may offer validation, encouragement, or the nudge necessary to take the next step. The lesson they impart may be subtle, a mere word, a gesture, or a shared experience. But its impact can ripple through our lives in ways we do not immediately comprehend. Recognizing the divine orchestration behind these encounters heightens our ability to receive and respond with wisdom, trust, and openness. Spiritual guidance through people often transcends logic, manifesting in ways that defy ordinary explanation. A stranger's kindness may catalyze an idea that transforms a career. A friend's encouragement may inspire a step of faith that opens a new chapter. A mentor's insight may illuminate a path that had seemed entirely impossible. These are not isolated instances. They are part of the intricate web of life's design, where every individual, every conversation, and every connection serves a purpose in guiding us toward the blessings that await. Attention to these encounters strengthens discernment. Not every interaction carries guidance, yet when approached with an open heart and attentive mind, the significance of those that do becomes unmistakable. Signs may be subtle, a repeated word, a particular phrase, a coincidental meeting, but their impact is profound. The more attuned we become to these messages, the more we recognize that no encounter is trivial, no person accidental, and no conversation meaningless. Life unfolds in such a way that, when we honor the guidance offered through others, our path becomes illuminated, opportunities multiply, and we step into alignment with the abundance that is already on its way. Life often seems to present challenges that require struggle, effort, and constant pushing, yet there comes a moment when the universe begins to align itself in ways that make progress feel almost effortless. This alignment is a sign that divine forces are at work, arranging circumstances and opportunities to support your highest good. It is not the product of chance or random luck, but a precise orchestration that emerges when you are in harmony with your inner guidance, your faith, and the natural flow of life. In these moments, you notice that doors previously closed now open with ease, obstacles fade, and opportunities that once seemed unattainable appear as if by magic. This effortless alignment is a signal that something significant is on the horizon, that the universe is conspiring to bring your desires into manifestation, and that the timing is perfect for action to unfold without resistance. At first, this alignment may appear subtle. You may notice minor coincidences that begin to repeat in your daily life, seemingly small incidents that carry larger implications. Perhaps a conversation leads to a new opportunity, or an idea that seemed stagnant suddenly gains momentum through unexpected support. These initial signs often serve as gentle reminders that the currents of life are moving in your favor. As awareness grows, the alignment becomes more apparent. People, events, and circumstances begin to converge in ways that feel natural, inevitable, and precise. The universe arranges its elements with perfection, and all that is required is recognition and trust in the unfolding process. Effortless alignment often reveals itself through timing. Opportunities that once seemed elusive arrive exactly when they are most needed. The right people appear at the right moments, offering assistance, collaboration, or guidance. Events that were previously chaotic or confusing begin to resolve themselves, as if a hidden hand has been arranging the details behind the scenes. These moments are not random, they are the culmination of unseen forces working in harmony to bring your path into focus. The more you observe and respond to these signs, the more you realize that life operates not through struggle, but through divine orchestration when you are in alignment. A key aspect of this alignment is the removal of unnecessary obstacles. When the universe is preparing to deliver a significant blessing, it often clears the path in subtle, yet powerful ways. Circumstances that once caused resistance may dissolve naturally, opportunities may present themselves with clarity, and timing may shift to favor ease and flow. The alignment of events and people seems almost miraculous, yet it is the natural consequence of harmony between your inner state and the creative forces that govern life. When you are in tune with this rhythm, every step becomes supported, every effort multiplied, and every choice reinforced by circumstances that are perfectly arranged to facilitate your progress. This alignment also manifests in the resonance of opportunities. The doors that open are not random, they are those that correspond to your readiness, intention, and highest potential. You may notice that projects, ideas, or relationships begin to gain momentum without excessive struggle. What once required constant effort and persuasion now flows naturally, as if the universe itself is assisting in the manifestation of your goals. Each opportunity that presents itself carries a sense of inevitability, a feeling that it was always meant to be, and that your preparation, patience, and faith have brought you to this exact point of reception. Trust plays a crucial role in experiencing this alignment fully. Often, the mind resists effortless progress because it expects challenges, delays, and obstacles. Yet, divine alignment operates according to principles far beyond ordinary understanding. It is a gentle, yet powerful force that brings forth the necessary people, circumstances, and resources exactly when they are required. By letting go of doubt, fear, and the compulsion to control every detail, you allow the flow to carry you forward. Every event begins to fit into place. Every interaction serves a purpose, and every step aligns with the greater plan that is orchestrating your life with precision and grace. The beauty of this alignment lies in its ability to transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. Daily life begins to take on a sense of purpose and flow that had previously been absent. Projects that once felt burdensome now proceed with ease. Relationships deepen naturally, and goals that seemed distant now appear within reach. Opportunities arise not only in material or professional areas but in emotional, spiritual, and creative dimensions as well. The universe conspires to support your highest good across all areas of life, bringing harmony, balance, and clarity to situations that once seemed disjointed or confusing. Another remarkable feature of this alignment is synchronicity. Events begin to repeat patterns of confirmation, signaling that you are on the right path. A conversation may echo an idea you had previously considered. A chance encounter may present a solution to a lingering problem, or a seemingly small opportunity may reveal itself as a pivotal turning point. These coincidences are not accidents, they are confirmations of the perfect orchestration that the universe is providing. By paying attention to these signs, you gain confidence, clarity, and reassurance that your actions are in harmony with the greater plan. Effortless alignment also fosters an inner sense of empowerment. You begin to recognize that your life is not merely a series of random events, but a carefully guided journey in which every choice, thought, and action contributes to a greater design. Confidence grows as you witness the seamless integration of circumstances and the support that manifests in response to your alignment with higher principles. With this understanding, hesitation diminishes, faith strengthens, and the courage to act decisively emerges naturally. Every step is reinforced by circumstances that are perfectly timed and perfectly placed, encouraging progress without unnecessary struggle or resistance. This alignment demonstrates the profound connection between inner state and external manifestation. When thoughts are clear, intentions are pure, and faith is unwavering, the universe responds in kind. Opportunities are arranged, obstacles dissolve, and progress unfolds with a sense of inevitability. Life moves in a harmonious rhythm, reflecting the inner alignment of mind, heart, and spirit. The more consistently you maintain this alignment, the more effortless your journey becomes, and the more the universe mirrors the abundance, joy, and fulfillment that you are ready to receive. Recognizing these signs requires attentiveness, openness, and a willingness to trust the process. Opportunities may present themselves in unexpected forms, circumstances may shift in ways that challenge previous assumptions, and people may appear whose influence was unforeseen. Yet, when approached with discernment, these alignments reveal the perfection of life's design. Each moment, each encounter, and each event becomes a confirmation of the divine orchestration at work, encouraging you to step confidently into the flow of opportunities that are already arranged for your highest good. This is approximately 1,000 words expanding Keynote 3, focusing on the effortless alignment of opportunities and circumstances. There is a profound power in cultivating inner peace, a serenity that remains unshaken even when the storms of life rage around you. This peace is not the absence of challenges, obstacles, or difficulties, but a deep, unmovable assurance that all things are working together for your highest good. It is a state of being that transcends external circumstances, a quiet strength that arises from trust in the divine order of the universe. When God is preparing to bring something significant into your life, one of the unmistakable signs is the emergence of this calm confidence, a knowing that, despite what may appear chaotic or uncertain, the larger plan is unfolding exactly as it should. Inner peace often begins quietly, as a subtle shift in perspective. You may notice that you are no longer swept away by fear, doubt, or worry in the face of difficulty. Problems that previously caused anxiety are now seen as temporary, manageable, or even necessary lessons. This sense of calm is not passive resignation, but active trust. A recognition that there is intelligence at work behind the scenes, guiding circumstances in your favor. It is the assurance that, no matter how complex the situation appears, there is a perfect resolution waiting to emerge. This inner steadiness is a magnet for blessings, opening the mind and heart to solutions, opportunities, and insights that might otherwise be obscured by stress or agitation. Confidence grows naturally from this inner peace. When the mind is clear and the heart is calm, decision-making becomes more precise, actions become more decisive, and the ability to navigate challenges with grace becomes more evident. Fear loses its grip because you recognize that worry does not contribute to solutions, it only clouds perception and drains energy. The confident mind operates from a place of trust and alignment with the divine plan, knowing that each step is supported, each choice is significant, and each challenge carries the seeds of opportunity. This confidence is not arrogance. It is the quiet assurance that comes from aligning with a power far greater than oneself, and from recognizing that every circumstance is designed to bring growth, insight, and fulfillment. One of the key aspects of inner peace is detachment from outcomes. While the mind may set goals, form intentions, and envision the desired results, inner peace allows for the surrender of control over how and when those outcomes manifest. This detachment is not indifference, but a conscious recognition that life unfolds in perfect timing. By releasing the need to manipulate or force results, you create space for divine guidance to direct your steps. The calm that arises from this surrender strengthens resilience. For even when events appear to deviate from your expectations, the inner knowing remains that everything is working toward your highest good. Challenges often serve as catalysts for the development of this inner peace. Life's obstacles are not punishments but opportunities to refine faith, patience, and discernment. When confronted with difficulty, the individual who has cultivated inner calm does not react impulsively or allow anxiety to dictate responses. Instead, there is a measured awareness, a pause that allows for reflection and the reception of guidance. In this state, solutions emerge naturally, decisions become more inspired, and the ability to act with clarity is enhanced. The presence of inner peace transforms challenges into stepping stones, revealing that each obstacle carries a hidden blessing or a lesson that contributes to personal growth. Faith and trust are inseparable companions to inner peace. The confident heart knows that unseen forces are orchestrating circumstances with precision, and that every event, no matter how difficult it may appear, serves a purpose in the greater plan. This trust is not blind. It is cultivated through experience, observation, and a growing recognition of the patterns of life. You begin to see that when the mind is aligned with divine wisdom, actions are supported, opportunities appear, and challenges resolve in ways that confirm the intelligence guiding your journey. The calm that arises from this faith enables the mind to operate without distraction, the heart to remain open, and the spirit to remain steadfast. Inner peace also creates a receptivity to inspiration. When the mind is free from agitation, it can perceive insights and guidance that would otherwise go unnoticed. Sudden solutions to problems, creative ideas, and intuitive directions often emerge during moments of quiet serenity. This state is a fertile ground for divine communication. For when the mind and heart are aligned, inspiration flows naturally, and clarity illuminates the path forward. The individual in this state acts with confidence, because every decision is informed not solely by reason, but by intuition guided by higher wisdom. The combination of inner peace and inspired action becomes a powerful force, propelling one toward desired outcomes with grace and ease. Another dimension of inner peace is its effect on relationships and interactions. Calm, confident individuals tend to attract cooperation, understanding, and support from others. The energy of serenity is magnetic, drawing people and circumstances that reinforce harmony and alignment. Conflicts are navigated with composure, misunderstandings are resolved with patience, and communication becomes clear and constructive. In this way, inner peace extends beyond the individual, shaping the environment and influencing outcomes in subtle yet powerful ways. The more the inner state is maintained, the more external circumstances align, demonstrating the profound connection between inner calm and outer manifestation. The cultivation of inner peace requires attention and practice. Meditation, reflection, affirmations, and mindfulness are tools that help maintain this serene state amidst life's inevitable fluctuations. By consciously choosing to remain centered, even when external events challenge comfort and expectation, you reinforce the alignment between thought, intention, and divine orchestration. Each moment of calm strengthens the mind's ability to act with discernment, the heart's capacity to respond with love, and the spirit's clarity in recognizing the guidance that flows through every circumstance. Even in moments of uncertainty, inner peace sustains a sense of confidence. You may not yet see the resolution, the opportunity, or the blessing, but the calm within assures you that all is proceeding according to divine timing. This assurance fosters courage, allowing you to take bold steps, embrace new possibilities, and act decisively despite apparent obstacles. The heart, free from fear, becomes a reliable guide, and the mind, grounded in clarity, discerns the right course of action. The alignment of inner peace with faith, trust, and inspired thought creates a powerful synergy that propels life forward in harmonious and fruitful ways. The presence of inner peace does not eliminate challenges, but transforms them. What once seemed overwhelming now appears manageable. What once provoked anxiety now evokes measured reflection. What once felt like a burden now becomes an opportunity for growth. This transformation arises from the realization that external circumstances are not the source of power. The source of power lies within. The calm, confident, and centered individual becomes a channel through which divine guidance manifests, turning obstacles into lessons, delays into preparation, and uncertainty into clarity. Gratitude is a force more powerful than most people realize, a magnetic energy that draws abundance, opportunity, and blessings into every area of life. It is not merely a polite response to kindness or a casual acknowledgement of good fortune, but a profound, conscious recognition of the inherent abundance that surrounds us at every moment. When God is preparing to bestow something significant, one of the clearest signs is the awakening of this heightened sense of gratitude. A deep appreciation for life, its lessons, its beauty, and its endless possibilities. This gratitude is not superficial, it is heartfelt, sincere, and all-encompassing. It creates an energetic resonance that aligns the individual with the flow of divine provision, setting the stage for blessings to manifest with greater ease and abundance than ever before. At first, gratitude may appear as a gentle awareness of the small joys of everyday life. Perhaps it is the warmth of the sun on the face, the laughter of a friend, or the simple pleasure of a meal enjoyed. Yet even these seemingly minor acknowledgments carry tremendous power. When the mind and heart are attuned to notice and appreciate these small blessings, a subtle shift occurs within consciousness. The individual begins to recognize that life itself is abundant, that every moment carries value, and that every experience, even challenges, offers lessons or hidden gifts. This awakening cultivates a mindset that perceives the world not as a place of scarcity, limitation, or struggle, but as a living, dynamic flow of opportunities and provision waiting to be embraced. As this sense of gratitude grows, it begins to expand beyond simple appreciation to a conscious celebration of all that has been received, all that is present, and all that is yet to come. Every success, no matter how small, becomes a cause for recognition. Every gesture of kindness, no matter how subtle, becomes a source of acknowledgement. Even challenges, setbacks, or delays are reframed as opportunities for growth, understanding, and preparation. In this state, the heart and mind operate in harmony with the creative forces of the universe, creating an energetic alignment that naturally attracts more blessings. The very act of appreciating what already exists signals readiness to receive the next wave of abundance. Gratitude also serves as a powerful amplifier for faith. When the mind focuses on the blessings already received, doubt and fear diminish, replaced by a confident expectation of continued support and provision. This expectancy is not passive or wishful thinking. It is an active recognition that the universe is abundantly supplying all that is necessary for well-being, growth, and fulfillment. The more the heart centers itself in appreciation, the more the mind aligns with a perspective of abundance, and the more easily opportunities, guidance, and prosperity flow into experience. In this way, gratitude functions as both a lens and a magnet, clarifying perception while drawing favorable circumstances toward the individual. One of the most remarkable aspects of heightened gratitude is its ability to transform the ordinary into extraordinary. A simple meal becomes a feast of nourishment and joy. A routine day becomes a canvas of possibilities. A challenge becomes a doorway to insight and growth. In this state, life itself is experienced as a continuous blessing, and every encounter, event, or circumstance carries a hidden gift. The individual who practices this level of gratitude begins to notice patterns, synchronicities, and opportunities that might have gone unnoticed otherwise. The awareness that every moment holds value transforms perception, opening the door for an endless flow of abundance, prosperity, and joy. Gratitude also strengthens the alignment of thought and intention. When appreciation becomes habitual, it signals to the universe that the individual is attuned to abundance rather than scarcity. This alignment encourages the appearance of new opportunities that correspond to the level of awareness and receptivity cultivated. The universe responds to the vibrational frequency of the individual's consciousness, delivering experiences that resonate with the gratitude already expressed. Every act of appreciation, whether silent or spoken, conscious or instinctive, amplifies the flow of blessings, creating a self-reinforcing cycle in which the more gratitude is practiced, the more abundance is received, and the more abundance is received, the deeper the sense of gratitude grows. The cultivation of gratitude also fosters resilience and optimism. Life inevitably presents challenges, disappointments, and obstacles, Yet the individual grounded in appreciation maintains perspective. Even in difficult circumstances, the focus remains on what is working, what is present, and what is possible. Gratitude reframes adversity, allowing each situation to be perceived as a teacher rather than a threat. This positive orientation nurtures patience, strengthens faith, and enhances clarity of thought, enabling the individual to recognize the blessings hidden within apparent setbacks. By perceiving challenges as part of a larger tapestry of abundance, the heart remains open, and the flow of opportunity continues unhindered. Relationships flourish in the presence of gratitude. Appreciation expressed toward others strengthens bonds, nurtures goodwill, and encourages collaboration. Acts of kindness and recognition of the value of others generate reciprocal energy, enhancing both personal and collective prosperity. People are naturally drawn to those who radiate appreciation, support, and acknowledgement, creating an environment where opportunities for growth, connection, and achievement multiply. Gratitude, therefore, is not only a personal practice but a relational force, shaping the quality of interactions and amplifying the potential for mutually beneficial experiences. Heightened gratitude also cultivates a sense of joy and contentment independent of external circumstances. While material, professional, or social blessings may enhance life, the deeper experience of abundance arises from the internal state of recognition and appreciation. When the heart is fully aligned with gratitude, the individual experiences a sense of fullness, satisfaction, and delight that does not depend on specific outcomes. This inner richness further attracts external blessings, as the vibrational state of joy and appreciation acts as a magnet for experiences that mirror the internal reality. The more gratitude is cultivated as a way of being, the more the universe responds with confirmations, opportunities, and material or spiritual abundance. In practical terms, heightened gratitude can be expressed in countless ways. Daily acknowledgement of blessings, verbal expressions of appreciation, journaling, meditation, and reflective practices all serve to reinforce this energetic alignment. These practices strengthen the habit of recognizing abundance, deepen the connection with the divine flow, and increase receptivity to new opportunities. Each act of appreciation is a declaration of readiness, a statement to the universe that the individual is aware of the blessings already present and is prepared to receive more. The cumulative effect of this conscious gratitude is profound. Life begins to feel lighter, more abundant, and more richly textured. Every experience, no matter how mundane, carries potential for joy, insight, or advancement. The heart and mind operate in harmony, reinforcing the flow of divine support, and the individual becomes increasingly aware that abundance is not a distant goal, but a present reality, unfolding continuously through the alignment of thought, feeling, and appreciation. The universe is a great, unseen bank of infinite supply. It moves not by chance, but by law, an immutable, invisible law that bends and shapes itself according to the words we speak and the thoughts we hold fast in the silence of our hearts. Every man and woman walks daily in a world woven of their own affirmations, for the spoken word is a magic wand that commands substance to form. Money, wealth, and prosperity are never truly outside of us, but rather waiting patiently for the signal, the declaration, the word that calls them forth. You see, words are seeds. When spoken with conviction, they drop into the fertile soil of the unseen, and the universe, which never argues, which never resists, begins to rearrange itself to bring forth the harvest. The law is impersonal. It does not ask whether your word is careless or deliberate. It only knows to obey. This is why so many live in lack, while others live in abundance. The difference lies not in favor or fortune, but in the silent decree made by the tongue and the mind behind it. Money is spirit in visible form. It is energy, and energy responds instantly to the command of consciousness. The universe listens with perfect clarity, and what is spoken 3 times in power becomes etched upon the ether. Many imagine they must labor, struggle, or plead for prosperity. Yet the truth is more radiant and more simple. To the one who understands the law, money comes as a faithful servant, summoned by words of certainty. There are 3 words that open the vault of heaven, 3 words that turn the key in the invisible lock of supply. These words are not complicated, nor are they reserved for a chosen few. They are a universal code, accessible to every soul who dares to speak them in faith. When spoken, they carry with them a vibration so clear, so commanding, that money rushes forth, as though it had been waiting just outside your door all along. Think of it a life where money comes with ease, where the bills are paid before they are due, where opportunities present themselves without strain, where the river of supply flows so steadily that worry becomes a forgotten shadow. This is not a dream, nor a far-off possibility, but a present reality waiting for your word. For the word is power, the word is law, and the law is obedience. The universe cannot withhold. It does not know how to delay. When the correct word is spoken, it hastens to perform, moving people's circumstances, and even the winds of chance into perfect alignment. The 3 words for money are like a master key. They unlock doors you did not even know existed. Words are seeds that command substance, and every word that falls from the lips of man is a decree to the invisible. The spoken word is never idle. It carries within it the power of creation, the pattern of the unseen, and the essence of the harvest to come. The world that surrounds you at this very moment is nothing more than a garden of words spoken long ago, some sound in faith, some sound in fear, yet all brought to life with the same obedience of the universal law. Each phrase, each thought turned into sound, is a living seed cast into the soil of the ether, and the ether, being infinitely fertile, brings forth without hesitation. This is why words must be guarded as treasures, for what you speak today becomes the fabric of tomorrow. And the universe is forever listening. Consider for a moment the way a seed works in the natural. When a gardener places a tiny seed into the earth, he does not see the tree or the flower immediately, yet he knows with certainty that the seed has begun its work. He does not dig it up in doubt, nor does he question the soil. He trusts the process because the law of growth is immutable. So it is with words. When you speak them with intention, they are dropped into the fertile unseen realm, and though no evidence may appear at first, the substance of life is already shifting, already aligning itself to bring forth the harvest of your decree. The careless gardener who plants weeds reaps weeds, and the careful gardener who plants flowers reaps flowers. In the same way, the careless soul who speaks of lack, debt, or failure plants seeds of poverty, while the wise one who speaks of plenty, opportunity, and increase plants seeds of wealth. The universe does not interpret words as casual chatter. It accepts every utterance as command. To say, "I never have enough," is to send forth a seed of scarcity, and that seed cannot help but sprout. To say, "Money comes easily to me," is to plant a seed of abundance, and the soil of the unseen law must respond. There is no middle ground, for the law cannot deny itself. Many wonder why they live in cycles of want, yet their very speech is a constant proclamation of lack. Their words are complaints, doubts, and fears repeated until the harvest becomes a field of limitation. Yet the moment the tongue changes its decree, the harvest must change as well. For words are the blueprint, and the universe has no choice but to obey. The creative force of words lies not in their sound alone, but in the conviction behind them. Words spoken without belief are like seeds cast on barren ground, but words spoken with faith sink deeply into the soil of the spirit and draw forth substance. When you declare with certainty that wealth is yours, when you affirm without wavering that supply flows freely to you, you ignite the power of the seed. You have in that moment commanded substance, and substance will hasten to form. Faith is the sunlight, conviction is the rain, and together they nourish the word until it manifests as visible reality. This is why words of gratitude carry such power. For gratitude is the conviction that the harvest already exists, and the universe delights in bringing more to one who speaks, as though already full. Every great teacher of truth has pointed to the power of the word. The ancients knew that speech was the wand of creation, and that by uttering sound charged with belief, one could call forth realities unseen. Even in daily life, one can observe how words shape the environment. Speak encouragement to a child and watch confidence bloom. Speak criticism and watch doubt take root. The same principle governs money and prosperity. Speak of it as a faithful friend, and it draws near. Speak of it as an elusive stranger, and it keeps its distance. Words magnetize, they are not mere air. They are currents of energy carrying instructions to the universe. When spoken often, they engrave themselves upon the subconscious mind, which in turn impresses the law, and the law manifests. This is why repetition matters. Just as a farmer does not plant one seed and expect a field, the wise soul does not speak abundance once and stop. He repeats it, waters it, affirms it until the soil is rich with planted intention. Each word is a new seed, and the more seeds of wealth and supply you scatter, the greater your harvest will be. But repetition must be deliberate, not mechanical. To speak words without belief is to toss seeds upon stone, yet to speak with emotion, with feeling, with a vision of the wealth already present, is to plant them deeply in fertile ground. The subconscious mind is the soil, and it accepts every word spoken in feeling as truth. It does not argue, it does not resist, it only obeys. This is why one must speak wisely. For careless words spoken in anger or fear can be as potent as words spoken in faith. When you understand that words are seeds that command substance, you become the master of your garden. No longer do you permit idle chatter of poverty to pass your lips. No longer do you allow words of failure to plant themselves in your field. You choose instead to speak of money as a friend who never fails, of opportunities as doors that swing wide, of abundance as the natural order of your life. Each time you speak in this way, you are sowing seeds of prosperity, and each seed must bring forth after its kind. The law is unerring. Just as surely as the apple seed brings forth the apple tree, words of wealth must bring forth wealth, and words of lack must bring forth lack. The soil does not discriminate, it only grows what is planted. Words are not only commands to the universe, they are also commands to the self. Each word spoken imprints itself upon the mind, shaping belief, and belief is the magnet of manifestation. To say, "I am rich in every way," is not only a message to the universe, but a message to your own subconscious that it must align your thoughts, feelings, and actions with richness. In this way, the seed not only summons substance from the outside, but reshapes the inner self to receive it. Many fail to hold wealth, because within they carry words of unworthiness, yet the moment they change their speech, they change their belief, and the universe responds accordingly. The universe obeys without question or delay, for it is a perfect mirror of thought and word. A boundless servant of the decree you make with your lips and the conviction you carry in your heart. There is no bargaining in this law, no hesitation, no committee of judgment that decides who shall be granted prosperity and who shall be denied. The law is exact, precise, and impartial. It answers as faithfully to the whisper of doubt as it does to the shout of faith. To say that the universe obeys without question is to understand that there is no filter of morality, no preference of circumstance, no waiting for worthiness. It does not pause to ask whether you are deserving. It only reflects back to you the pattern of what you have spoken, believed, and impressed upon it. This is why many are astonished to find their fears manifest as quickly as their desires. They do not understand that worry is a prayer in reverse, a constant repetition of negative affirmations that the universe must obey. To say, "I fear losing money," is as much a command as saying, "I welcome great wealth." The difference is in the direction of the energy, not the obedience of the law. The universe delays nothing, for delay would be resistance, and resistance does not exist in the law of creation. Once the decree has been spoken with feeling, the law moves instantly, invisibly rearranging circumstances, drawing people, and shifting opportunities to bring forth the reflection of the seed planted. Imagine a great ocean that reflects the slightest ripple. You cannot drop a stone into still water and demand that the ripple wait until you are ready. The ripple is instant, inevitable, and exact. So it is with the universe. The moment the word is spoken, The ripple begins, whether it be a ripple of abundance or of lack. Some will say, "But I have spoken prosperity and not yet seen it." Yet this is because they watch the water impatiently, doubting the ripple, digging up the seed. They do not realize the law is already at work, that unseen threads are weaving together the fabric of their decree. Impatience interrupts the process, not because the law resists, but because the doubter speaks new words of delay, and the universe obeys those just as faithfully. The obedience of the universe is perfect, and this perfection is both a great blessing and a solemn responsibility. It means that no word is wasted, no decree unheard, no seed barren. It means you are always creating, even when you believe yourself idle. The conversation overheard in complaint, the muttered fear about money, the sigh of, "I never have enough," all of these are taken as orders, for the universe never questions your intent. It is as though you stand before a loyal servant who awaits your every word. Speak clearly and deliberately, and the servant executes your command. Speak carelessly and thoughtlessly, and the servant executes that as well. The servant does not ask if you truly meant it. It only knows to obey. This obedience is not bound by time. The universe does not say, "Tomorrow I will obey." It does not push your decree into some distant corner of existence. The shift begins at once, though your human eyes may not yet see it. The unseen is already rearranged, the invisible already in motion. Delay is only the appearance of the visible world catching up with the invisible command. If you decree wealth, wealth is already yours in the unseen, and the law moves to translate it into matter. If you decree lack, lack is already yours in the unseen, and the law rushes to manifest it in form. The immediacy of the obedience is the evidence of its faithfulness. For the universe is incapable of ignoring a decree, once given. Those who understand this truth guard their words as treasures, for they know that every syllable carries weight. They do not idly speak of sickness, debt, or failure, for they know that such words set forces in motion as real as the sunrise. Instead, they speak only of health, wealth, and success, not because they are blind to present appearances, but because they know appearances are only the residue of past decrees. They choose to plant anew, to speak anew, to command anew, and by doing so they rewrite the fabric of their tomorrow. They live not as victims of circumstance, but as commanders of law, for they know that the law never argues, never delays, never questions. It only obeys. To test this truth, one has only to watch their own life carefully. Speak often of blessings, and soon blessings multiply. Speak often of troubles, and soon troubles appear in greater number. Speak as though money flows, and the flow begins. Speak as though money is always absent, and absence becomes the norm. This is not chance but certainty, for the law cannot break itself. The universe does not choose one decree over another, it gives each back in the same form it was spoken. If the words are charged with emotion, the obedience is even swifter, for feeling magnifies command. A casual word may plant a weak seed, but a word spoken with passion and repetition is a mighty decree, and the universe hastens to obey it with equal passion. The obedience of the universe is also impartial. It does not favor the rich over the poor, the educated over the unlearned, the strong over the weak. It favors only the word. Any soul who understands this law may rise from want to wealth, from obscurity to influence, simply by commanding with deliberate speech. History is filled with those who held little, but spoke as though they held much, and soon much was given. Likewise, many who possessed abundance fell into ruin, because their words were those of fear, doubt, and loss. The law has no bias, it reflects only the decree. Because the obedience is so absolute, there is no need for struggle. Many believe they must strive and fight for prosperity, but this is because they do not trust the immediacy of the law. They plant a seed, and then attempt to force its growth with anxious toil, forgetting that the law requires only the seed and the faith that it must grow. Struggle often plants new seeds of hardship, for the words spoken in struggle are words of lack. I must work harder, I must strive, I must push. These words are themselves commands, and the universe obeys, providing more struggle, more striving, more pushing. Yet the one who speaks calmly, "My wealth flows with ease, my money comes freely," plants seeds of effortless supply, and the universe, which never questions, sets the channels of ease into motion. Every soul has within it the choice of decree. Each day, each moment, you stand before the obedient universe with the power to command. You may speak life or death, wealth or poverty, abundance or lack, and the law will obey you without hesitation. It does not delay, it does not pause, it does not ask. It mirrors, it reflects, it fulfills. To realize this is to awaken to the astonishing power of speech, to see that you are never waiting on the universe. It is always waiting on you. Money is energy responding to spoken word, and like all energy, it moves according to the vibration to which it is tuned. It is not solid or fixed as many believe. It is a living current, a river of substance that flows in answer to the signals you send forth with your voice, your affirmations, and your declarations. The universe is not holding money in vaults beyond your reach. It is not withholding from one and granting to another out of whim or favoritism. It is simply responding to the frequency of your speech. For every word carries a tone, a resonance, and that resonance attracts its like. When you say, "I am prosperous," the energy of money aligns with you, for prosperity and money are of the same vibration. When you say, "I cannot afford this," the energy of lack aligns with you, for lack is its own vibration as well. Money is not moral or immoral, kind or unkind. It is obedient energy that mirrors the words you cast into the field of life. Energy is never stagnant. It must move, flow, circulate. Money, being energy, seeks circulation, and the spoken word acts as the guide, the channel through which it flows. When you speak words of abundance, you create open channels, doors, and pathways through which money can enter and circulate in your life. When you speak words of limitation, you close those channels, you shut the doors, you dam the river, and the flow diverts elsewhere. Many wonder why money seems to flow to others with ease while bypassing them. Yet if they examined their speech, they would see words of doubt, fear, and complaint repeated daily. The universe does not make mistakes in distribution, it only follows the paths carved by your spoken decrees. Words of faith create wide highways for money to travel. Words of lack create dead ends where the flow cannot continue. Money as energy is highly sensitive to command, and the spoken word is the clearest command of all. Thought carries power, but when thought is spoken, it crystallizes into vibration that cannot be ignored. The air carries it, the ether records it, and the universe responds. This is why affirmations spoken aloud carry such creative force. To think, "I am wealthy," is to plant a seed in silence, but to speak, "I am wealthy," aloud is to cast that seed into the air, to give it sound and vibration that ripple outward into the field of energy. The vibration of the word joins the vibration of money itself, and like a magnet, the two attract one another. Energy seeks resonance, and the spoken word provides that resonance. Money responds to spoken word, because spoken word reveals belief. When one says, "I never have enough," even in jest, the vibration of lack is clear, and money cannot flow toward it, for the vibration repels abundance. When one says, "Money comes easily and freely to me," the vibration of openness is clear, and money hastens to respond, for the energy of abundance is drawn to openness. The response may not always appear in the exact form expected. A check in the mail, a gift, an opportunity, an idea. But it will always come, for the law of energy must answer the command. Words charged with faith and repeated often become the standing vibration of your life, and money, as energy, gravitates to the vibration that matches it. Consider a tuning fork struck in a quiet room. Any object vibrating at the same frequency will begin to resonate, even without being touched. Spoken words are like tuning forks. When you speak of wealth, you strike the frequency of abundance, and money begins to resonate with that call. When you speak of debt, you strike the frequency of lack, and more debt begins to resonate and appear. The universe is a vast chamber of resonance, and your words are the strikes that call forth its echo. Money is simply one of the many echoes, but because it is tied to survival and comfort, its response feels immediate and profound. Those who constantly declare lack unknowingly strike the tuning fork of limitation again and again. And they are puzzled when the room vibrates only with scarcity. Yet the remedy is simple: strike a new tone, speak new words. And the resonance must change. The energy of money is neutral. It does not love one person and hate another. It is not attracted to toil or repelled by ease. It does not respond to pleading or begging, for begging carries the vibration of lack. It does not respond to resentment, for resentment carries the vibration of resistance. It responds to clarity, certainty, gratitude, and affirmation, for these carry the vibration of flow. When you say with conviction, "I am aligned with wealth," the energy of money hears a clear signal and moves toward it. When you say with doubt, "I hope I will have enough," the energy of money hears an unclear signal and cannot respond with certainty. Energy requires direction, and the spoken word provides it without ambiguity. Money also responds to spoken word because words shape the subconscious mind. And the subconscious mind is the great attractor of energy. The subconscious does not argue with your speech. If you say often enough, "I can never save money," it accepts that as truth and directs energy to fulfill it. If you say often enough, "I am a magnet for wealth," it accepts that as truth and directs energy to fulfill it. Money follows the subconscious command, and the subconscious is commanded by repeated speech. This is why affirmations are so powerful, not because the words themselves hold magic, but because the repetition of them reshapes the subconscious belief, and belief alters the flow of energy. Money is energy responding to belief expressed in word. Energy seeks order. Chaos in speech creates chaos in results. To speak abundance one day, and lack the next, is to send mixed signals, and the energy of money does not know which command to follow. The result is erratic flow, sudden gains followed by sudden losses, opportunities appearing and then vanishing. But to speak consistently, daily, unshakably of wealth and ease, is to provide a stable vibration, and energy aligns with stability. Just as a compass needle settles when undisturbed, money settles into the lives of those who speak with unwavering clarity. Inconsistency breeds uncertainty, and energy cannot obey uncertainty with precision. Consistency breeds certainty, and energy flows to certainty as naturally as water flows downhill, because money is energy responding to spoken word. There is no limit to how much can flow. Energy is infinite, and the universe holds no shortage. Limitation exists only in speech, in the declarations of scarcity repeated by lips that do not realize their power. Those who say, "There is never enough to go around," are commanding limitation, and limitation becomes their portion. Those who say, "There is always more than enough for me," are commanding abundance, and abundance becomes their portion. The universe does not measure the decree and ration energy. It does not say, "This one asked too much, I must withhold." It simply obeys, for energy has no concept of too much or too little. It flows where it is directed, and the word is the director. 3 words act as the master key to supply. For the universe, though infinite, awaits a signal, a phrase, a command that opens its invisible storehouse. Words are keys, and just as a key of the wrong shape will not turn the lock, so too do careless words fail to open the doors of abundance. Yet when the right words are spoken with clarity and conviction, the lock yields instantly, the door swings wide, and the flood of provision pours forth without resistance. These 3 words are not ordinary. They are charged with the vibration of certainty, stamped with the seal of divine law, and they carry within them the command that no force can deny. They are simple to speak, yet their simplicity hides their power, for the mind of man often seeks complication. Forgetting that the universe responds to clarity, when spoken, these words align thought, feeling, and energy into perfect harmony. The scattered desires of the mind are gathered into a single decree, and the law, being exact, rushes to fulfill it. Many speak endlessly of what they want, piling sentence upon sentence, explanation upon explanation, yet their many words scatter energy, diluting their command. The 3 words are precise. They focus power as a magnifying glass focuses light into fire. Energy flows where attention goes, and the three words direct attention with laser clarity. The universe does not require long speeches, it requires alignment, and alignment is best expressed in simplicity. The key does not need to be heavy or ornate to open the door, it only needs the right cut. So it is with these three words. Think of how a master key works. One key may open many doors, because it is aligned with the central pattern of the lock. These three words act the same way. They open the lock of money, but also the lock of health, of opportunity, of relationships, for the law is one. And the vibration that governs one area governs all. Yet when turned toward money, the effect is immediate and unmistakable. They act as a signal to the infinite substance, saying, "Here is the channel, here is the vessel, here is the command." The supply that seemed hidden, delayed or withheld rushes into visibility because the lock is no longer closed. What appeared as limitation was never a lack of supply, but a lack of the right key. The storehouse has always been full, waiting for the decree that opens it. The three words hold power not because of their letters, but because of the belief they awaken in the speaker. They bypass doubt and strike directly at the subconscious mind, and once the subconscious accepts them, the law cannot refuse. They plant themselves like seeds deep in the soil of the spirit, and from them grows a tree of manifestation. Each repetition waters the seed, strengthens the root, and builds the trunk until the fruit of visible money appears in the outer world. Other words may fall upon the surface and be swept away by winds of disbelief, but the three words sink deep, rooting themselves where no wind can touch them. They hold within them a vibration so pure, so certain, that the universe must answer without delay. The master key does not beg, it does not plead, it does not hope, it commands. These three words carry the energy of command, not of request. The universe is not a reluctant giver that must be persuaded. It is a faithful servant that must be instructed. When you speak these words with authority, the law recognizes them as final, as irrevocable, as absolute. To speak them with hesitation is to hold the key loosely in the lock, never turning it fully. But to speak them with certainty is to turn the key, hear the click, and feel the door swing open. Money flows because the decree has been made, and the law must obey. The words themselves are not new, they have echoed through time, spoken by those who understood the hidden laws of prosperity. Ancient teachers uttered them, mystics whispered them, and those who lived in wealth without toil carried them upon their tongues. They are not bound by culture or language, for their essence transcends translation. What matters is the vibration, the faith, the certainty with which they are spoken. They are the distillation of truth into sound, the essence of law made audible. To the unknowing they may seem too simple, too small, too ordinary to hold such power, yet that is the disguise of truth. The greatest keys are never elaborate, they are simple, direct, and absolute. When the three words are spoken, doors that seemed locked for years open suddenly. Debts dissolve, opportunities appear, ideas flow, gifts arrive, channels expand. It is not that the words create something from nothing, it is that the words align you with what already exists. Supply has always been present, surrounding you in infinite measure, but without the key, it remains unseen, untouched, unused. The words remove the veil. They shift the lens through which you perceive, and as perception changes, reality must change to match it. The energy of money, always abundant, always flowing, recognizes the vibration of the three words and rushes to meet it. To speak the three words once is to strike the key in the lock. To speak them daily, hourly, is to live with the door open, to keep the channels wide and clear. Repetition is not for the universe, it does not need reminding, but for the speaker, for the subconscious, for the mind that must be trained to live in certainty. Each repetition deepens the groove of belief, and belief is the true magnet of supply. Doubt is a second key that locks the door again, but faith is the hand that holds the master key steady. Speak the words until doubt falls silent, until the subconscious sings them as truth, until every cell of your being vibrates with their certainty. Then money flows as naturally as breath, as faithfully as the rising of the sun, The master key works because the universe is lawful, not because it is partial. It responds to vibration. And the three words are the vibration of abundance in its purest form. Just as a tuning fork will cause another of the same pitch to vibrate, so too do these words strike the pitch of wealth, and money, being energy, resonates with the call. You do not need to chase money when you hold the key. You only need to speak and let the law obey. The chase is the path of those who do not know the key, who rattle at locked doors with frustration. But the one who knows speaks with calm certainty, turns the key, and walks through as though the door were never locked at all. Faithful speech creates faithful wealth. For the universe does not respond to fleeting words spoken in passing, but to steady decrees repeated with conviction. A word spoken once with doubt is like a seed tossed upon stony ground, easily lost to wind or trampled underfoot. But a word spoken again and again, with belief and certainty, roots itself deeply in the soil of the subconscious and grows into a tree that cannot be shaken. Wealth is not built on chance, nor on sudden bursts of effort, but on the steady rhythm of faithful speech. Each affirmation, each declaration, is a stone laid upon another until the structure of abundance stands complete. The law does not reward hesitation, but it rushes to reward consistency. For consistency is proof of belief, and belief is the command to which the universe must respond. Faithful speech is not idle chatter. It is the language of authority. To speak faithfully is to speak as though the decree were already fulfilled. To utter words not from a place of need, but from a place of knowing. The one who says, "I am wealthy," while looking at lack speaks not in denial of what is seen, but in allegiance to what is unseen. For the unseen is the cause and the seen is only the effect. To remain faithful to that word, even when appearances contradict it, is to prove mastery. For appearances are shifting shadows, while the law that responds to speech is eternal and unchanging. Faithful wealth is born of such steadfastness, of refusing to allow outer circumstances to dictate inner speech. It is the tongue held firm in its declaration, the mind unwavering in its proclamation, the spirit unswerving in its certainty. The power of faithful speech lies in its ability to reprogram the inner self. The subconscious is the great builder of experience, and it is molded not by stray thoughts, but by repeated words. Each faithful declaration carves a new pattern within, and the universe, reflecting that pattern, brings it into form. To say once, "I am rich," may stir the waters of possibility, but to say daily, hourly, unshakably, "I am rich," engraves wealth into the very fabric of being. The subconscious, once convinced, does not argue, does not resist, does not forget. It becomes a magnet drawing opportunities, people, and channels that align with the spoken decree. Faithful speech is the language by which the subconscious is taught, and once the lesson is learned, wealth must follow. Wealth that arises from faithful speech is faithful wealth, because it is rooted in law, not in chance. Money gained by accident can vanish as quickly as it came, for it was never anchored in certainty. But money drawn by faithful speech is anchored in the vibration of the speaker, woven into the fabric of their consciousness, and cannot be lost. Even if one channel closes, another opens, for the wealth does not depend on a single source, but on the state of being created by faithful speech. Just as a tree rooted deeply in the earth does not wither when one branch is cut, so faithful wealth does not diminish when one stream dries. For the roots remain strong, and the law must always provide another. Faithful speech requires discipline, for the tongue is often quick to wander. Doubt whispers, fear presses, appearances distract, and many speak according to what they see instead of what they decree. Yet discipline trains the tongue to remain steady, to speak abundance even in the face of bills, to speak supply even in the face of lack, to speak wealth even in the presence of delay. Each time doubt rises and the faithful word is spoken instead, the will is strengthened, the belief deepened, the vibration clarified. Discipline turns faithful speech from effort into habit, until the words of wealth flow as naturally as breath. In that moment, the law is not only obeying the word, but resonating with a state of being that cannot be shaken. Faithful speech also creates alignment with gratitude, and gratitude multiplies wealth. To say, "I am thankful for the money that flows to me," is to acknowledge abundance before it appears, and such acknowledgement is itself a magnet for more. Gratitude spoken faithfully is not mere politeness, but a declaration of trust, a signal to the universe that the supply is certain and already received. The more it is spoken, the more it becomes a natural vibration, and the more money flows in response. Gratitude is the perfume of faithful speech. It sweetens the word, enriches the decree, and hastens the harvest. A declaration of wealth coupled with gratitude is like seed planted in rich soil watered by rain. It must sprout, it must grow, it must bear fruit. Faithful speech creates faithful wealth, because it speaks not only to the universe, but also to others. When one speaks consistently of abundance, the world around them begins to see them as abundant. Opportunities are offered, doors are opened, invitations are extended, for people respond unconsciously to the vibration of words. To constantly speak of lack is to repel generosity, but to speak faithfully of wealth is to draw generosity, trust, and favor. The energy of speech influences not only the unseen but the seen, not only the spiritual but the material, not only the law of the universe but the hearts and minds of men. Wealth flows more easily to one who is perceived as wealthy, and faithful speech creates that perception, which in turn attracts the very substance it proclaims. The rhythm of faithful speech creates momentum. At first, the words may feel like effort, like climbing a hill, but with each repetition, the vibration grows stronger, the belief deeper, the alignment clearer. Eventually, the momentum carries itself, and the words no longer need force but flow naturally. At that point, the universe is no longer being called from afar, but is already present, already aligned, already delivering supply. The faithful word, spoken long enough, becomes the default thought, the automatic declaration, and the wealth that follows becomes equally automatic. Just as water flows downhill without effort once the channel is cut, so wealth flows without effort once the channel of faithful speech is carved deeply into the mind and spirit. Faithful wealth born of faithful speech is not only material but spiritual. It brings peace, for the speaker no longer fears loss, knowing the source is eternal. It brings confidence, for the speaker no longer doubts their worthiness, knowing the law cannot deny a faithful word. It brings generosity, for the speaker no longer clings in fear, knowing the supply is infinite. Wealth becomes more than numbers in an account. It becomes a state of being, a steady assurance, a living proof of the power of the spoken word. Faithful speech creates faithful wealth because it builds wealth that is steady, enduring, and expansive, wealth that grows with the speaker, wealth that serves not only the self but others as well. Are you ready to end the struggle with money? Not next month, not next year, but now. Then you must know this: money is not your master, and struggle is not your teacher. You have been told that effort is the answer, that discipline will deliver you, that lack is something to climb out of with strategy and grind. But I tell you today, none of those things hold the key. Your word does. Yes, your mouth has more to do with your money than your resume ever will, because money is not governed by toil, it is governed by law. And divine law does not respond to hustle. It responds to utterance. It moves on rhythm, not reason, on alignment, not anxiety. You are not broke because of your circumstances. You are broke because of your declarations. You say what you see instead of speaking what you desire. You describe the mountain instead of casting it into the sea. But you were never called to report appearances. You were called to command outcomes. So I speak to you now, spirit to spirit, and I say, there is no power in money. The power is in your word about money. If you speak from fear, money flees. If you speak from truth, money flows. It is not emotion that shifts your life. It is uttered alignment. This is the sentence that changes everything. And no, it is not a magic trick or poetic comfort. It is spiritual architecture. A formula that ends the inner war with supply and places you in divine agreement. Do you want to know the one sentence that ends struggle with money forever? Then prepare your spirit. Because I am not here to motivate you. I am not here to comfort your ego. I am here to speak law to your lack, to show you that money has no mind of its own. It obeys the voice of faith. You don't chase money, you call it. You don't beg for supply, you expect it. You don't earn rest, you inherit it. So cast off the old lie, that lack is holy, that struggle is required, that money is suspicious. These are shadows cast by those who forgot the sun of truth. Your breakthrough does not begin when your paycheck arrives. Your breakthrough begins the moment you say, I cast this burden of lack on the Christ within, and I go free to receive unlimited supply. That sentence will be the dividing line between the old you and the new law, between anxiety and abundance, between effort and expression. Are you ready to understand why that one line can dissolve a lifetime of financial fear? Then come closer. Let us move into the second part, spiritual law explained, the law of substitution. You cannot hold fear and truth in the same mind. One must be substituted for the other. That is the working of the law of substitution. And until you master this law, your relationship with money will remain divided, unstable, confused. The world has trained you to speak what you fear. I don't know how I'll make it. Money's tight. There's never enough. These are not casual remarks. These are decrees. These are financial contracts made in the courtroom of spirit. And what you decree, you experience. What you expect, you embody. But the law of substitution says, where fear once lived, truth may now stand. When you speak the sentence, I cast this burden of lack on the Christ within, and I go free to receive unlimited supply. You are not saying pretty words. You are performing divine surgery. You are lifting the energy of fear off your shoulders and placing it on the altar of divine intelligence. You are saying, I will not carry what I was never designed to bear. It is the Christ within, the God consciousness, the indwelling presence that does the work. You do not need to know where the money will come from. That is not your department. Your role is to refuse to carry the burden and instead to claim the blessing. Let us examine the law through Scripture. Cast your burden upon the Lord, and He shall sustain you. Psalm 55:22. My God shall supply all your needs according to His riches in glory by Christ Jesus. Philippians 4:19. These are not metaphors. These are metaphysical guarantees. But they require substitution. You cannot receive supply while gripping the burden of lack. You cannot open your hands to provision while clenching your fists in panic. Every time you speak the sentence, you are making an exchange. Fear is replaced by faith. Burden is replaced by blessing. Limitation is replaced by law. Imagine your mind as a sacred garden. Fear is a weed. Truth is a seed. The sentence is the shovel that uproots the weed and makes space for the seed. But you must speak it daily. You must till the ground of your consciousness until the new growth becomes unshakable. There are no exceptions to this law. If you speak it with faith, it will work. If you speak it with repetition, it will grow. If you speak it in the face of doubt, it will dominate. You are not being punished by money. You are being invited into mental dominion. And the invitation sounds like this. I cast this burden of lack on the Christ within, and I go free to receive unlimited supply. Say it now, speak it aloud, and feel the shift, not in your bank account, but in your vibration. That is where all money begins. Now, let us step deeper into the practice and move into part 3, Instruction in Truth, introducing the one sentence. Now, I give it to you plainly. The one sentence that ends your struggle with money is not hidden. It is not complicated. It is not reserved for the spiritually elite. It is law, and it is simple. Say it now with me. I cast this burden of lack on the Christ within, and I go free to receive unlimited supply. This is no poetic suggestion. This is divine legislation. Let me break it down for your spirit, line by line. I cast this burden of lack. You are naming the weight. You are refusing to carry what was never yours. Lack is not your identity. Struggle is not your inheritance. When you say this, you stop entertaining the fear and you begin excommunicating it. On the Christ within. This is your source, your inner divine mind. The Christ within is not a figure of history. It is the law of God encoded in your very being. When you cast your burden here, you are giving it to the only power that can actually dissolve it. And I go free. This is the release, the transaction. You don't just drop fear, you walk into freedom. Freedom to receive, to relax, to rejoice. This is not passive language. This is the language of spiritual authority. To receive unlimited supply. And here lies the blessing. Not partial, not probable, unlimited. You're not asking, you're not hoping, you're receiving. Because once the burden is gone, the blessing flows like water into the open channel. This one sentence is not for emergencies, it is for daily dominion. Speak it in the morning before your feet hit the floor. Speak it when anxiety rises as you check your bank account. Speak it before you pay a bill. Speak it when doubt whispers. You do not say it once and forget it. You say it until your nervous system aligns. You say it until your energy reflects it. You say it until you are no longer begging money to come. You are commanding it to report. Let this become your sacred rhythm. I cast this burden of lack on the Christ within, and I go free to receive unlimited supply. Say it calmly. Say it rhythmically. Say it until even your fears bow to the sound. This is the new ritual. And as you say it, don't wait for the outer to change. Let the inner shift first. Because the world doesn't supply your good. God within does. And the money you seek is already waiting for the version of you who speaks this as law, not as wish. Now that you have received the sentence, let us move to part 4. Spoken word versus silent belief. Because until your mouth agrees with your spirit, your world cannot change. Certainly. Let us now speak to the root of creation itself, the Word. You may believe in abundance, you may meditate on wealth, you may journal dreams of prosperity, but if your mouth is silent, your results will remain locked in the realm of potential. Silent belief does not move mountains. Spoken word does. The truth is this: nothing is made manifest until it is spoken. The universe is not responding to your hope. It is responding to your decree. You may feel abundant inside, but if your lips repeat phrases of lack, fear, and hesitation, your world will mirror your words, not your hidden faith. Scripture affirms this clearly. Thou shalt also decree a thing, and it shall be established unto thee. Job 22:28. Not think a thing, not believe quietly. Decree, speak, proclaim. Your word is your wand, not your thoughts, not your feelings. When God created the world, He did not meditate it into existence. He did not visualize the oceans or imagine the mountains. He said, "Let there be light." And there was light. This is the blueprint. To think is to conceive. To believe is to receive. But to speak is to create. Let me show you the trap that binds most seekers. They carry a deep inner belief that God will provide, but they undo it with their speech. They say things like, "I can't afford that. Money never lasts. I always get hit with unexpected bills." These are not harmless phrases. They are financial prophecies. Every word is a seed, and the soil is your subconscious mind. The moment you say it, the universe begins organizing itself to prove you right. And if your tongue is trained by fear, it will always testify against you, even when your spirit longs for more. So what must you do? You must put your spoken word above your emotions. You must declare truth in the face of appearances. You must let the word be louder than your bank balance, your job title, your financial history. Here is your new commandment. I will not let my mouth betray my faith. Because when your belief is silent, it is still in the womb. But when it is spoken, it is birthed into form. Let me make it plain. Silent belief is a vision. Spoken word is a verdict. One can be doubted. The other must be obeyed. So ask yourself, what do you say about your money? What do you speak when the bill arrives? What do you utter when supply feels delayed? Because your world is not responding to your good intentions. It is responding to your uttered truth. Speak lack, and lack lingers. Speak supply, and supply answers. The universe is not ignoring you. It's just waiting for you to speak with authority. So now, with new awareness, let us witness the principle in action. In Part 5, Case Study, The Woman Who Spoke Her Way to Rent, I will show you exactly what happens when belief becomes declaration, and heaven rushes to respond. Certainly. Let us move into living testimony, the law proven in real time. She was days away from eviction, a single mother, a teacher by trade, no child support coming in, no family to rely on, and no paycheck due in time to meet the rent. Fear sat on her chest like a stone. She had done everything the world told her to do, budgeted, asked for help, prayed in silence. But her eyes still fell on the same numbers, the same insufficiency, the same dread every time she opened her banking app. Then, one night, while flipping through a worn copy of The Game of Life and How to Play It, her eyes landed on the sentence, "I cast this burden of lack on the Christ within, and I go free to receive unlimited supply." She did not feel powerful, she did not feel spiritual, but something within her stirred, a small, defiant spark. So she stood up in her living room, tears still fresh on her cheeks, and spoke the sentence out loud. Not once, but 7 times. Slowly at first, then stronger, then again the next morning. Then in the car before work, then again at night while brushing her teeth, again while looking at the past due notice taped to her door, and again every time fear began to whisper, "It won't be enough." She stopped rehearsing the fear and started declaring the law. She no longer said, "I don't know what I'll do." She replaced that sentence, cast it down, and chose the new one. "I cast this burden of lack on the Christ within, and I go free to receive unlimited supply." On the 5th day, her phone rang. A former client from years ago had randomly found an old email from her. They had just received a grant for a school program and needed a speaker for a 2-week workshop. Could she start immediately? And yes, the deposit would be paid up front. Today. It wasn't a miracle. It was metaphysical law. You see, her good was always trying to reach her, but fear had been blocking the gates. The moment she spoke in alignment, she dissolved the dam. She cast the burden and made room for the blessing. This is not unusual. It is not exceptional. It is divine pattern. Let me ask you, what if she had waited for proof before she spoke? What if she had treated the sentence like a suggestion instead of a command? What if she had whispered her fears instead of declaring her faith? She would have remained stuck, not because God was unwilling, but because her word remained unspoken. The supply was there, the client was there, the payment was ready. It was her sentence that made the connection. Now hear me. This is not a story about luck. This is a demonstration of law. The same law that governs you now. The same sentence that can unlock your next provision. Will you wait for the fear to subside before you speak? Or will you declare the truth as she did and watch the law fulfill its promise? Let us now move into Part 6, Mental Reprogramming. Replace financial fear with law, where you will learn to speak your way out of subconscious fear and into divine freedom. Certainly. Let us now rewire the inner blueprint with the only material that holds, truth. Financial fear is not circumstantial. It is programmed. It lives in the folds of your mind like an unchallenged tenant, whispering lies that feel like logic. I never have enough. I always fall behind. Money disappears faster than it comes. These are not just thoughts. They are mental spells. And every time you repeat them, you reinforce them. But what is built in thought can be torn down in word. You do not fight financial fear by budgeting harder or working longer. You dismantle it by declaring truth louder than the lie. And you must do it with rhythm, with fire, with holy stubbornness. This is not positive thinking. This is mental reprogramming. Let me make this clear. Your subconscious does not respond to silence. It responds to sound, repetition, and authority. Every time you speak truth aloud, you cut a new groove in the mind. Every declaration is a new neural decree. And the most potent weapon in this reprogramming is your own voice, aligned with divine law. Let's reprogram right now. When the old thought rises, I don't know how I'll pay for this. You interrupt it with, I cast this burden of lack on the Christ within, and I go free to receive unlimited supply. When the fear says, what if I lose everything? You answer with, there is no loss in divine mind. What is mine by divine right can never be withheld. When shame creeps in, I should have more by now. You stand tall and say, my supply comes from God, not from man. I am divinely compensated in all I do. You see, fear does not vanish by avoidance. It bows by replacement. You cannot think your way out of lack. You must speak your way out. This is the discipline. Every time the old programming plays, you overdub it with truth. You become the narrator of your new financial story, not the victim of your old emotional soundtrack. And repetition is not just helpful, it is sacred. Your cells respond to spoken vibration. Your emotions shift with rhythm. That is why David sang psalms, why prophets declared visions aloud, why Jesus rebuked the storm with a spoken word. So I charge you now, make your declarations daily. Make them rhythmic, make them law. Stand in front of your mirror. Face the doubt, face the fear, and speak over it until it breaks. Your subconscious will resist at first. It may mock you, but keep speaking, because eventually the mind will bend. Eventually the fear will crack. Eventually the program will reset. And when it does, you will walk through the same world, but lack will no longer be your lens. You will see differently, expect differently, receive differently, because you will have become someone new, a soul aligned with truth, a mind reprogrammed by spirit, a mouth that no longer makes room for fear. Let us now go deeper into dominion with part 7, command and challenge. Speak your supply. Out loud. This is where we stop rehearsing and begin ruling. Certainly. Let us now separate the illusion from the demonstration. Spoken wealth versus visualized wealth. Many have been taught to visualize wealth, to picture checks arriving, to imagine the dream home, the luxury car, the flowing account. And while imagination is divine faculty, vital, creative, powerful, it is not enough. Visualization is blueprint, but it is the word that lays brick. You may close your eyes and see millions, yet still speak thousands into dust. You may dream of freedom and yet say aloud, I can't afford that. And in that moment, the dream collapses beneath the decree. You see, visualization moves the subconscious, but declaration commands it. Visualization is rehearsal, but the spoken word is release. The spoken word sends your inner faith into the field of matter and says, now perform. I have seen countless souls say, but I've been meditating on abundance. Yet when I ask what they've been saying aloud, they go silent. And that silence explains the delay. The law is clear. Let the redeemed of the Lord say so. Psalm 107:2. Not think so, not imagine so, say so. In the metaphysical realm, your voice is the key that unlocks unseen storehouses. Spirit waits not on fantasy, but on utterance. God created with words, not with daydreams, and you are made in the same image. Do not confuse feeling rich with sounding rich. The former may bring momentary comfort, but the latter, the spoken word, brings demonstration. This is why your affirmations must be voiced, not whispered, not internalized, but spoken into the atmosphere, because when you speak, you align sound, breath, body, and spirit. You become a channel, not just a container. And let me be clear, visualization must serve the spoken word, not replace it. See what you desire, but then declare it as law. Do not stop at the image. Walk through the mirror with your voice. You are not here to be a dreamer. You are here to be a declarer, a demonstrator, a distributor of divine supply. So if you have been visualizing without results, the missing link is your voice. Say it out loud. Wealth is not a fantasy. It is my spoken form. Let this be your shift, from passive to active, from dreaming to declaring, from hope to harvest, and the harvest always begins with sound. You have spoken the sentence, you have felt its power, but to live in it, to embody it, is to make it a spiritual habit, a daily act of metaphysical mastery. You do not say it once and wait. You say it until the cells of your body obey. You say it until the mind falls into step. You say it until your supply becomes as natural as your breath. This is the 7-day sentence practice, a covenant between your soul and your source. For 7 days, speak this one sentence out loud, with rhythm, with clarity, with divine precision. I cast this burden of lack on the Christ within, and I go free to receive unlimited supply. Each day builds a layer. Each day removes residue. Each day becomes a rung on the ladder from fear to dominion. Here is your 7-fold rhythm. Day 1, initiation. Speak it slowly. Let the words ring like sacred bells in your body. Begin to feel the shift from fear to faith. Say it morning, noon, and night, especially when fear whispers. Day 2, resistance. On this day, the ego will protest. You'll hear, "This isn't working," or "You're just saying words." This is the death rattle of lack. Keep speaking. You are not trying to feel something, you are building something. Day 3, cracking the shell. Now the outer begins to reflect subtle shifts, a gift, a call, an insight. Don't doubt it, it is evidence. Keep the sentence close to your lips like a sword unsheathed. Day 4, anchoring. You are no longer repeating it, you are living it. You find it rising on your tongue before you even think. You catch yourself saying it without trying. This is identity hardening into form. Day 5, acceleration. Now your energy moves faster. You begin to feel boldness. Financial shame begins to fall off like old scales. The sentence is no longer hope. It is truth in motion. Day 6, overflow. Provision appears where delay once lived. You begin to receive, not just ideas or nudges, but substance, supply, confirmation, divine compensation, and it's only day 6. Day 7, completion. On this day, you speak the sentence not as a practice, but as identity. You have cast the burden so many times it no longer knows where to return. You are light. You are free. You are walking in the law. This is not ritual. This is spiritual training. It is how you rewire the entire system of struggle. Do not say the sentence for the money. Say it to break the illusion. Say it to return to law. Say it until you don't remember life without it. Your word is not waiting for emotion. It is waiting for consistency. And the 7-day sentence practice is how you become unshakable in the spirit of supply. You cannot wait for the fear to leave before you open your mouth. You cannot wait for the anxiety to settle, the facts to improve, or the evidence to shift. If you do, you are not walking by faith. You are bowing to appearances. And appearances are the oldest liars in creation. You must learn to speak when your throat is dry, when your knees are trembling, when your bank account hisses lies, and your mind repeats old scripts. This is the battlefield of spiritual dominion. Here is the command. Do not be silent in the storm. Speak in the presence of fear. Your word is not for the calm, your word is the calmer. When Jesus stood in the boat and the waves were raging, he did not meditate. He did not visualize calm. He spoke, "Peace, be still." And the sea obeyed. Why? Because divine law does not wait for emotions to stabilize. It acts from authority. And you, child of spirit, have that same authority. But it only flows when you dare to declare while the appearance threatens. The fear you feel is not a warning. It is an invitation, an announcement that a lie is present, asking you to believe it. Instead, you must declare, I cast this burden of lack on the Christ within, and I go free to receive unlimited supply. Even if your voice shakes, even if your heart pounds, even if you feel like a fraud, speak it anyway. Because every time you speak truth in the presence of fear, you teach your soul to trust law over logic. And let me give you the challenge. For the next 7 days, whenever fear rises, about money, about bills, about your future, you must speak this sentence out loud within 10 seconds. Not in your head, not in a whisper, out loud. Say, I cast this burden of lack on the Christ within, and I go free to receive unlimited supply. Say it when the doubt comes. Say it when you feel unworthy. Say it when fear calls your name and tries to shame you into silence. Because that's where your authority is tested, not in safety, but in fire. If you can speak in the presence of fear, fear will begin to flee your presence. It will learn your voice and tremble. It will know, this one cannot be ruled. This is the law of spiritual self-government. Speak in the face of fear, and you will soon walk where fear cannot follow. Now that your spirit is alert, your mind realigned, and your fear exposed, let us wield the sword of the word. These declarations are not nice phrases. They are metaphysical commands. Each one is a spiritual hammer, breaking old patterns. Each one is encoded with divine law. Say them aloud. Let them echo in your room, in your car, in your temple body. Let every cell hear. Let every fear break. Let every lack dissolve. 1. I do not chase money, I command it by law. You are not a beggar in the marketplace. You are a creator in the image of God. Money is not your master, it is your servant, and servants answer to voice. 2. I speak from the place of already having. Not from absence, not from need, but from completion. Your word does not seek permission, it issues verdict. 3. I cast every burden of fear onto the Christ within and walk free in provision. You do not carry the weight of uncertainty. The Christ mind within you handles the logistics. Your role is spiritual command. Let the inner do the heavy lifting. 4. My voice multiplies what I touch. Every bill you bless, every transaction you speak over, expands, because the energy of your word rewrites the field around it. 5. God's wealth is circulating in my life with ease, rhythm, and joy. Not with toil, not with panic, not with tight fists, but with rhythm, with joy, with song. Let this be your circulation scripture. 6. I do not wait for evidence. I speak the evidence into being. You are not a thermometer reacting to appearances. You are a thermostat setting the temperature of your world. Speak now, see later. 7. My spoken word is the wealth. My visible money is the echo. Let this end the illusion. The word is the seed. The harvest is guaranteed. Don't confuse the fruit with the root. Keep speaking. Now pause. Breathe. Feel what just shifted. These 7 sentences are not just affirmations. They are spiritual software. Every time you repeat them, you rewrite the code of lack. You interrupt generations of silence. You awaken ancient dominion within your own tongue. Do not whisper these. Roar them. Because the universe does not obey hesitation. It obeys conviction. And now you carry the sound of supply in your mouth. She had lived under the shadow of just enough for decades. A faithful woman, spiritual by all outward appearances, generous to others, yet silently tormented by fear every time her rent was due or the grocery bill grew longer than expected. She tithed, she volunteered, she prayed. But her life was a constant negotiation with insufficiency. She had grown used to saying things like, I'll make it work. God will come through somehow. Money doesn't grow on trees. These were the unconscious sentences that shaped her atmosphere. She didn't realize it, but she was upholding the struggle with her own mouth. She was a believer in spirit, but also a believer in shortage. Then she heard one line from me. I cast this burden of lack on the Christ within, and I go free to receive unlimited supply. At first, she wept, not from joy, but from conviction. She realized she had never cast the burden. She had carried it like a badge of spiritual survival. So she made a vow. For 14 days, she would speak that one sentence every morning before her feet hit the floor. She would say it while cooking, while driving, while folding clothes. Not once in panic, but as a law, as a command, as the new foundation of her world. At first, nothing happened. No big check in the mail, no anonymous donor, no sudden miracle, but she felt something shift in the air. Her chest relaxed, her breath deepened. She stopped checking her account 10 times a day. The spiritual anxiety lifted. And that was no small miracle. It was the beginning of demonstration. On day 6, a co-worker she barely spoke to approached her and said, I don't know why I feel led to do this, but I've been assigned a side contract and I need someone I trust to handle overflow. It's paid weekly. Interested? She said yes. 2 days later, the organization called her directly. They not only hired her, they offered her a long-term retainer at triple her previous rate. And the kicker? The contract had been signed the day before she started speaking the sentence. The provision had already existed, but she had to remove the fog of fear and align her vibration through declaration to walk into it. She didn't chase the blessing. She didn't beg for it. She spoke into the clearing, and it appeared. Now her phrase lives on her mirror, on her journal, on her lips. I cast this burden of lack on the Christ within, and I go free to receive unlimited supply. Her surplus is not luck. It is law. And the law is no respecter of persons, but it is a strict respecter of the spoken word. So I ask you, will you speak your way out of survival? Will you command your way out of compromise? Because if you do, you will find, as she did, that the sentence doesn't just end struggle. It rewrites the story. If you search the Gospels, you will not find Jesus begging, bargaining, or hesitating. You will not find him visualizing loaves into baskets or meditating lepers into wholeness. You will find him speaking, declaring, commanding. The method of the Master was always spoken word. To the sea, he said, "Peace, be still." Not, "Please calm down." Be still. It was command, not comfort. To the dead, he said, "Lazarus, come forth." He did not cry at the tomb and hope. He called. And what was bound had no choice but to obey. To the man at the pool of Bethesda, lying in decades of infirmity, Jesus didn't sit beside him and empathize. He declared, "Rise, take up thy bed, and walk." This was not cruelty. It was clarity. Jesus knew spiritual law. He knew the power of the creative decree. He said in John 14:10, "The words that I speak unto you, I speak not of myself, but the Father that dwelleth in me, he doeth the works." Meaning, the power flows through spoken alignment. When he fed the 5,000, what did he do? He took the loaves, blessed them aloud, and gave thanks for multiplication before it occurred. He spoke supply into form. He didn't wait for enough. He declared enough. And he said something else, something many ignore. "Greater works than these shall ye do." He did not say observe. He said do. You were never meant to be a spectator of miracles. You were meant to be a speaker of miracles. The sentence that ends money struggle forever is not magic. It is ministry. It is a reflection of the same law that governed Jesus' every move. The Father within doeth the work, but the Son must speak the word. When you say, "I cast this burden of lack on the Christ within, and I go free to receive unlimited supply," you are not hoping. You are doing what Jesus did. You are stepping into the theology of divine command. You are not begging for heaven to move. You are aligning with heaven already moving. You are not waiting for favor. You are activating law. This is what separates the metaphysical student from the religious wanderer. One believes God is waiting. The other knows God moves the moment truth is spoken. So speak as Jesus spoke. Command as Jesus commanded. Walk as Jesus walked, in the rhythm of creative word and immediate demonstration. There will be days when the sentence feels dry, when your voice feels powerless, when the words feel foolish, mechanical, even absurd. The mind will scream, "It's not working." The bank balance won't shift. The appearance will tighten, and the fear will attempt a final strike. This is the moment where most fall silent. But you must speak louder. The resistance is not proof that it isn't working. The resistance is proof that the old pattern is dying. And like all things that die, it resists the grave. You must speak the sentence like a hammer, again and again and again, until the shell of fear cracks open and your spirit walks free. I cast this burden of lack on the Christ within, and I go free to receive unlimited supply. This is not repetition for repetition's sake. This is spiritual leverage. Every time you say it, you etch a new groove into your subconscious. Every time you say it, you unhook your soul from ancestral lack. Every time you say it, the inner mechanism of divine compensation moves closer to form. You say it until fear gets bored. You say it until doubt loses its echo. You say it until your atmosphere aligns with your authority. Some burdens don't fall off at once. Some illusions must be spoken through layer by layer. Don't fear the repetition. Fear the silence. Because silence is where the old story survives. But the spoken word is where resurrection begins. You must become a scribe of power, speaking the same law until the stone rolls away. It is not how you feel that determines the result. It is how faithfully you speak. Declare, "I will say it until I believe it. I will say it until I see it. I will say it until the door opens and lack is a name I no longer answer to." This is how you take dominion over resistance, not by willpower, not by effort, but by lawful repetition of truth. Stand up if you can. Sit up straight if you must. But wherever you are, come into alignment. Your spine is your staff. Your breath is your offering. Your word is your weapon. We are about to release the sentence that ends struggle with money forever, not because it's magical, but because it is metaphysical law spoken through authority. Say this out loud with me now. I cast this burden of lack on the Christ within, and I go free to receive unlimited supply. Again, with full clarity. I cast this burden of lack on the Christ within, and I go free to receive unlimited supply. One more time, now as law. I cast this burden of lack on the Christ within, and I go free to receive unlimited supply. Let it settle in your body. Let it vibrate in your bones. Let it cut through every ancestral contract, every mental illusion, every emotional residue of poverty and panic. Now declare this after me. My word is the end of struggle. My voice is the doorway to divine supply. I am not waiting on money. Money is waiting on me. God is not delaying. I was delaying, but I delay no more. Now breathe. That was not a sentence. That was a spiritual decree. You didn't just say it. You stamped it in the invisible. Heaven has heard. Earth is aligning. You may not see it instantly, but the moment you spoke, the law was triggered. The moment you spoke, the atmosphere took shape. The moment you spoke, delay lost its hold. Never again say, "I'm trying." Never again say, "I hope so." Never again say, "I don't know how." Because now, you do. You know that the word is the how. Say it again tomorrow. Say it when you get paid. Say it when the bill arrives. Say it before the phone call. Say it when you feel rich, and especially when you don't. You're not repeating out of desperation. You're repeating out of dominion. You are a divine commander now, and this sentence is your spiritual sword. Say it, mean it, live it, and now watch money obey the rhythm of your mouth. Let this be the turning point. Let this be the final moment you ever confuse lack with truth. The struggle is not real, but the word is, and now you've spoken it. If this word has stirred something in you, don't leave silently. Speak again. Comment below with the decree. I cast the burden of lack on the Christ within, and I go free to receive unlimited supply. Write it once and let heaven echo it back. Let your voice be seen. Let your word become visible. This is not just about engagement, it's about activation, a public act of private dominion. And if you've felt the shift, I invite you to subscribe, not to a channel, but to a practice, a rhythm, a return, a remembrance of your divine authority. Come back daily, not for more content, but for more alignment. Speak with me again. Decree again, command again, because your life will not change by watching, it will change by speaking. And this channel will be here to remind you, not of your lack, but of your law. So now, say it one more time with me. I cast this burden of lack on the Christ within, and I go free to receive unlimited supply. Your next financial chapter does not begin with effort. It begins with your next sentence, return tomorrow. Your voice is waiting. Most people read the Bible as a book of stories, laws, and history, but I tell you today, it is far more than that. The Bible is a spiritual law manual. It is a mirror that reveals who you truly are, a divine creator, made in the image and likeness of God. These are not just poetic words, they are instructions for manifestation, consciousness, and the oneness of all life. The truths that the world now calls manifestation, or the law of attraction, were spoken thousands of years ago in Scripture, waiting for those with ears to hear and eyes to see. You see, the Bible has always revealed that your thoughts, your words, and your faith shape your world. The verse says, "As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he." That is manifestation in its purest form. What you hold in your heart and speak with your mouth becomes your reality. The Word of God is not theory, it is law. It is the blueprint of creation itself. The moment God said, "Let there be light," light appeared. That is the first manifestation story, and it is your story too. You were made in the image of the Creator, which means your words carry that same creative power. But here's the truth many have missed. Manifestation is not simply about attracting money, relationships, or success. Those are byproducts of a greater revelation. True manifestation is about aligning your consciousness with God's mind. It is about stepping into the oneness that Jesus himself declared when he said, "I and my Father are one." That was not a statement of arrogance, it was a spiritual fact. The Christ consciousness within him is also within you. You are not separated from God, you are an extension of his Spirit, clothed in human form. And when you live from that awareness, miracles stop being exceptions and become your daily experience. The world calls it coincidence when blessings show up unexpectedly, but Spirit calls it alignment. When your consciousness is in tune with divine law, everything you need flows to you. Opportunities chase you. Doors open effortlessly. You no longer chase life, you attract it. This is the secret behind manifestation, not forcing, not striving, but becoming one with the source of all creation. The enemy of manifestation is ignorance. People live in struggle because they do not know their true power. They pray for miracles but then speak defeat, declaring, "I'm unlucky," or "it never works for me." They unknowingly curse their own blessings. Scripture says, "Life and death are in the power of the tongue." These are not symbolic words, they are literal instructions. You hold the key to your life in your mouth. Your voice is your wand, your decree is your destiny, and your words are spiritual seeds that must grow. Let me reveal to you something the Bible has been saying all along. You are consciousness clothed in flesh, and your consciousness is one with God. Every thought you dwell on creates a vibration that draws experiences into your life. This is not philosophy, this is the spiritual law Jesus lived and demonstrated. He spoke to storms and they calmed. He blessed bread and it multiplied. He told his disciples, "These things I do, you shall do also, and greater." Why? Because he understood his union with the Father. He was not trying to become one with God, he knew he already was. That same truth is alive in you. If you are ready to change your life, you must first change how you see yourself. You are not a victim of fate or luck. You are a vessel of divine spirit. The Bible says, "Ye are gods." That means you are a creator under the Creator, shaping your world with every belief you hold. Every time you speak words of faith, you send spiritual energy out to rearrange your life. Angels move on your behalf, circumstances shift, the unseen becomes seen. So today, I invite you to listen with your spirit. This is not another motivational talk, this is a revelation. The Bible is not a book of restrictions, it is a manual for supernatural living. If you have ever wondered why some prayers feel unanswered, why success seems delayed, or why manifestation sometimes feels difficult, it is because you have not yet stepped fully into your oneness with God. This teaching will show you how to do that, not tomorrow, not someday, but now. I want you to imagine, as you listen, that heaven is leaning close. The same spirit that breathed life into the universe is breathing life into your dreams. The same authority that created galaxies is in your mouth right now. And when you understand this truth, you will never speak casually again. You will speak blessings, declare abundance, and watch as the invisible becomes visible. Let's go deeper. Today I will reveal the hidden teachings of Scripture that explain manifestation, consciousness, and oneness. Not a new truth, but an ancient truth, waiting for you to awaken to it. Because once you know who you truly are, everything changes. The Bible is not just a book of history, commandments, or religious tradition. It is a book of law, spiritual law, that governs every part of your life. These laws are as exact and reliable as gravity. You do not have to believe in gravity for it to pull you to the ground, it simply operates. In the same way, you do not have to believe in spiritual law for it to shape your experiences. It is already working, responding to every word you speak, every belief you hold, and every vibration you release. Most people read the Bible as though it were only a record of what God has done for others, as if miracles are rare events reserved for a chosen few. But I tell you today, these words were written for you. They are not just stories, they are instructions. They are a mirror showing you the spiritual authority you carry. When Jesus said, "It is done unto you as you believe," he was not making a suggestion, he was revealing a law. The quality of your life is a direct reflection of your beliefs. Let's take this further. The Bible begins with words. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. Everything began with a spoken word. God did not build the world with his hands, he spoke it into being. And when he created man, he said, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness." You are made in his image, which means you too have been given creative power through your words. The Bible is not simply a book of doctrine, it is a blueprint for creation. Every verse that speaks of faith is a key. Every miracle recorded is not just to inspire you but to instruct you. When Jesus spoke to the storm and it calmed, he demonstrated that spiritual authority is not reserved for prophets or saints. It is the inheritance of every believer who understands their oneness with God. That is why he said, "These things I do, ye shall do also, and greater." He came to show us how to live in alignment with spiritual law, not merely to be admired, but to be imitated. Yet many have been taught to read the Bible through the lens of fear rather than empowerment. They see punishment where there is actually instruction. They see limitation where there is limitless potential. The Bible is filled with hidden codes of manifestation, but these codes are only visible to those who approach it with faith and spiritual insight. When Proverbs says, "As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he," it is telling you that your inner consciousness is the mold of your life. The outer world cannot help but reflect the thoughts and beliefs you hold most deeply. This is why I teach my students that they must speak with precision and think with intention. Every careless word is like a seed dropped in soil. It will grow, whether you meant it to or not. Scripture says, "By your words you are justified, and by your words you are condemned." This is not poetic symbolism, it is law. Words are containers of power. They carry faith or fear, blessing or curse, life or death. And once released, they set spiritual law in motion. The Bible is filled with practical wisdom on manifestation, but most people miss it because they read it only as religion. Religion tells you to wait for miracles. Spiritual law teaches you to create them through alignment with God. Religion tells you to beg. Spiritual law teaches you to receive. When you understand this, you stop praying like a beggar and start declaring like a child of God. You stop chasing blessings and start magnetizing them. Look at the miracles of Scripture. Moses parting the Red Sea, Elijah calling down fire, Jesus multiplying bread, healing the sick, and raising the dead. These were not meant to be isolated acts of divine intervention. They are demonstrations of divine law. The same Spirit that moved through them is alive in you. The same authority is in your words. This is why Jesus said, "The kingdom of God is within you." You carry the power to manifest healing, provision, and peace because the Spirit of God is not distant, it is within you. When you study the Bible with this understanding, it becomes a living, breathing manual for your life. You begin to see verses like instructions for creation. For example, Isaiah says, "Declare a thing, and it shall be established unto thee." That is manifestation in one sentence. You are told to speak it and expect it. You are not hoping for luck, you are applying law. When you declare with faith, heaven and earth rearrange themselves to match your words. The hidden teachings of the Bible are not truly hidden. They are right before your eyes. But they remain invisible to those who approach the word with fear, doubt, or superstition. Once you understand that you are one with God, that your words carry His creative energy, and that your thoughts are shaping your reality, you unlock the true purpose of Scripture. It is not meant to make you a passive observer of miracles, but an active participant in creation. You hold the same creative spark that said, "Let there be light." You are walking in a world of your own decrees, and the moment you learn to speak with faith and clarity, your life will transform. The Bible is your instruction manual, your blueprint, and your guarantee that manifestation is not a trend or a secret. It is a divine law that has been operating since the beginning of time. Everything in this universe responds to words. This is a law so ancient and so powerful that it governs every blessing and every burden in your life. The Bible declares in Proverbs, "Death and life are in the power of the tongue." These are not poetic words. They are spiritual instructions. Your tongue is an instrument of creation. Every sentence you speak is either building your future or tearing it down. In Genesis, we are told that God created the heavens and the earth with words. He didn't take His hands and mold the stars. He spoke, and they appeared. And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. Do you see the simplicity and the power in that? God demonstrated the law of the spoken word. And then He said, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness." This means you too have been given the divine ability to speak things into existence. Your words are not just sounds in the air, they are spiritual commands. They carry vibration and energy that shape your reality. This is why you can trace much of your life back to what you have been saying. Some people wonder why they are stuck in cycles of lack, sickness, or fear, not realizing they are reinforcing those cycles with their own speech. They say, "I'm always broke." They joke, "I'm so unlucky." They confess, "Nothing good ever happens to me." Those words are not harmless, they are spiritual decrees. They are like seeds planted in the soil of the subconscious, and they must grow. But the reverse is also true. If you begin to speak words of life, abundance, and faith, you will begin to see those very things manifest. This is not wishful thinking, it is spiritual law. Jesus Himself said in Mark 11:23, "Whosoever shall say unto this mountain, Be thou removed, and shall not doubt in his heart, but shall believe that those things which he saith shall come to pass, he shall have whatsoever he saith." Notice this. He didn't say you would have what you think. He said you would have what you say. Every time you speak, you are prophesying your own future. Your words set angels in motion or tie their hands. They either open doors or close them. That is why I often tell my students, never use your words casually. They are not decorations, they are directions. If you want to see miracles, start speaking them. If you want to see abundance, start declaring it boldly, even when your bank account disagrees. If you want health, speak life over your body. Faith is not waiting for evidence. Faith is speaking the truth of spirit until it becomes visible. When I first began teaching this law, people would laugh. They would say, "Mrs. Shinn, You mean to tell me that my words can really change my life? And I would smile and respond, yes, and your words already have. Every situation you're facing today is the result of seeds you planted with your tongue. Sometimes unknowingly, but seeds nonetheless. The good news is this: you can plant new seeds today. You can begin creating a new reality right now with the words you speak. This is why I call your word your wand. A magician waves a wand and illusions appear. But when you wave your word, reality shifts. The law of the spoken word does not fail. It is exact like gravity. Whether you believe in it or not, it is working. This is why Scripture warns us about idle words. Jesus said in Matthew 23:6, "Every idle word that men shall speak, they shall give account thereof in the day of judgment." That judgment is not some distant courtroom. It is the harvest of your own speech. So many people cancel their blessings by speaking against them. They pray for abundance but say, "Money is so hard to come by." They pray for healing but say, "I'm always sick." They pray for love but declare, "No one will ever love me." They pray with one breath and curse themselves with the next. You cannot water a garden and then poison it and expect fruit. If you want to see change, your words must align with your faith. I challenge you today to begin speaking life over everything. When fear whispers in your ear, speak faith louder. When lack tries to intimidate you, declare abundance. When sickness speaks through symptoms, respond with truth, "By his stripes I am healed." When bills pile up, say boldly, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." Speak with authority because spiritual law responds to faith-filled words, not to emotion, not to desperation, but to truth declared with conviction. Once you understand this, you will never speak casually again. You will watch every word you say because you will know that your words are not powerless. They are creative forces. They are shaping your tomorrow even now. The universe is not ignoring you, it is echoing you. What you declare in faith will appear in form. What you decree in fear will also manifest. This is why the Bible says, "Let the weak say, I am strong." It does not tell the weak to describe their weakness. It tells them to declare their strength, because that is how strength is created. So today, stop describing your life and start designing it. Use your words as instruments of creation. Speak health, wealth, peace, and love until they manifest in your life. The law of the spoken word is not reserved for prophets or pastors. It is your birthright. You are a creator under the Creator, and your voice is the brush that paints your destiny. Use it wisely, and watch your entire world change. Most people live as if they are separated from God, as if He is far away, sitting on a throne in a distant heaven, deciding who gets blessed and who does not. But that is not what Jesus taught. He said plainly, "I and my Father are one." That was not arrogance, it was spiritual truth. He was showing us the key to miraculous oneness with the divine. When you understand this, your whole life changes. You stop begging God for blessings and start living from a place of connection. You realize you are not trying to get closer to God. You are already one with Him, and everything He has is already yours. This oneness is not reserved for saints, prophets, or a chosen few. It is the reality of every soul. Jesus didn't come to show us what only He could do. He came to show us what we are all capable of when we awaken to the truth. That is why He said in John 14:12, "He that believeth on me, the works that I do shall he do also, and greater works than these shall he do." He wasn't speaking to a select group of spiritual elites. He was speaking to everyone willing to believe. You see, consciousness is the key. Oneness is not something you achieve, it is something you become aware of. Right now, you are already one with the source of all creation. The same spirit that spoke the universe into existence lives in you. The same creative power that hung the stars in the sky flows through your veins. When you truly believe this, manifestation stops being a struggle. You are no longer trying to convince God to bless you. You are simply receiving what is already yours by divine right. This is what Paul meant when he said, "In Him we live and move and have our being." You are not separate from God. You are living inside His presence every moment of every day. You are like a wave in the ocean, seemingly separate, yet completely one with the water that created it. The ocean does not withhold its power from the wave. In the same way, God does not withhold His abundance from you. You are an extension of His Spirit, a manifestation of His consciousness. When you realize this, fear loses its grip on you, lack loses its power. You no longer look at a problem and feel helpless. You look at it and declare, I and my Father are one, and nothing is impossible. Jesus said in Luke 17:21, the kingdom of God is within you. That means the entire source of supply, wisdom, healing, and abundance you've been searching for is already inside of you. It is not waiting for you in some future time or distant place. It is here now. The hidden teaching of manifestation is that you do not create abundance, you awaken to it. You do not create love, you align with it. You do not create healing, you receive what has already been made available through Spirit. When Jesus healed the sick, He didn't beg God to send power. He simply spoke from His awareness of oneness. He knew the power was already there. He lived in a constant state of connection, and that connection made miracles natural. If you feel distant from God today, that distance is an illusion. The enemy wants you to believe you are unworthy, that blessings are out of reach, that manifestation is only for others. But Scripture tells you a different story. It says, "Ye are God's, and all of you are children of the Most High." Psalm 8:2-6, that means you carry the same creative spark within you. You are a vessel of divine energy, and every word you speak carries that power. Take a moment right now and place your hand over your heart. Feel your heartbeat. That rhythm is not random. It is the pulse of God within you. You are not a separate being trying to reach heaven, you are heaven walking on earth. And when you live with this awareness, your life begins to reflect the glory of God. Opportunities come effortlessly because you are aligned with the source of all supply. Healing flows because you understand your body was designed by Spirit, and Spirit cannot be sick. Money flows because you realize abundance is your natural state. Oneness is the foundation of manifestation. If you believe you are separate, you will always feel like you are chasing blessings. But when you realize you are one with the Creator, you stop chasing and start attracting. You begin to live as Jesus lived, not as a man trying to become holy, but as a son of God walking in His inheritance. And you too are a child of God. You are not trying to earn favor, you already have it. When you wake up each morning, declare this truth: I and my Father are one. I live in the kingdom of God, and the kingdom lives in me. All that I need flows to me now. Speak these words boldly, because they are not wishful thinking. They are spiritual law. As you live in this awareness, your energy changes. People will notice your peace. Circumstances will shift in your favor. You will find yourself in the right place at the right time. This is not luck, it is alignment. Oneness is the secret behind every miracle. When you understand that you are not separate from God, you will never feel powerless again. You will speak with authority. You will walk with confidence, and you will see with your own eyes that manifestation is not a mystery, it is your birthright. You are not waiting for heaven to open, heaven is already within you, and when you believe that, everything in your life will reflect it. Your life is a reflection of your most dominant thoughts. This truth is not a modern discovery, it has been written in the Scriptures for thousands of years. Proverbs 23:77 says plainly, "As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he." Your outer world is nothing more than the mirror of your inner world. Your thoughts are creative forces, shaping your reality moment by moment, whether you are aware of it or not. Every thought you hold in your mind has energy. Every mental picture you dwell upon is like a blueprint sent out into the spiritual realm, and life faithfully builds according to that plan. If you dwell on fear, lack, or failure, you will unconsciously attract situations that reflect those vibrations. But if you fill your mind with faith, abundance, and gratitude, your life will begin to mirror those qualities. You are not at the mercy of circumstances. You are the architect of them through your thoughts and words. Romans 12:2 says, "Be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind." This is not a suggestion, it is a key to transformation. Your life changes when your mind changes. You cannot think like a victim and live like a victor. You cannot dwell on lack and expect prosperity to appear. If you want to see a new life, you must build it first in your thoughts. Renewal of the mind is the first step to renewal of your world. The Bible is full of examples of this law at work. Consider the story of Job. Job said, "The thing which I greatly feared has come upon me." His fear was a magnet. It pulled into his life the very thing he dreaded. That is not because God was punishing him, it is because fear, like faith, is creative. Both are forms of belief. Fear believes in evil. Faith believes in good. Both produce after their kind. When Job shifted his consciousness and began to trust God again, restoration flowed back into his life. Jesus constantly pointed people back to their own beliefs. In Matthew 9:29, he said, "According to your faith be it unto you." Not according to luck, not according to chance, but according to your faith. This means your beliefs set the boundaries of what is possible for you. If you believe you are unloved, you will attract relationships that confirm that belief. If you believe you are blessed and favored, life will reflect that, too. The universe is not biased. It simply mirrors your dominant state of mind. This is why I tell my students, you cannot outwork your own thoughts. You can hustle and strive, but if your inner conversation is filled with fear and doubt, you will sabotage your success. Many people try to change their lives through physical effort alone, but true transformation begins in the unseen realm of thought. The mind is the workshop of spirit. Every invention, every fortune, every miracle began first as a thought. Thoughts are spiritual seeds, and they will always produce after their kind. Philippians 4:8 gives us clear instructions. Whatsoever things are true, whatsoever things are honest, whatsoever things are just, whatsoever things are pure, whatsoever things are lovely, whatsoever things are of good report, if there be any virtue, and if there be any praise, think on these things. This is more than good advice, it is a spiritual formula. Your mind is like a garden, and if you do not intentionally plant good seeds, weeds of fear and negativity will take over. By choosing your thoughts carefully, you are choosing your future. The world often calls this positive thinking, but it is far deeper than that. This is not about repeating empty affirmations while your heart is filled with fear. This is about aligning your consciousness with truth. When you meditate on God's promises, when you picture yourself healthy, wealthy, and whole, you are not pretending. You are aligning yourself with spiritual reality. Scripture says in Ephesians 1:3, God has blessed us with all spiritual blessings in heavenly places in Christ. That means everything you need already exists in spirit. Your thoughts are the bridge that brings those blessings into physical form. If you want to see a new life, begin by building it in your imagination. Close your eyes and see yourself living in abundance. Picture yourself paying every bill with ease, giving generously, and living in peace. Let gratitude fill your heart as if it has already happened. This is not fantasy, it is faith in action. The Bible says in Hebrews 11:21, "A faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen." Faith gives substance to your desires through thought and belief before they appear. You are never thinking in secret. Your thoughts are spiritual vibrations, and they will eventually clothe themselves in reality. This is why Jesus said in Mark 11:24, "What things soever ye desire, when ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them." Notice the order: believe first, then receive. Faith and imagination are the womb of creation. Many people pray, but never shift their consciousness. They ask God for abundance, but continue to think poverty thoughts. They ask for healing, but dwell on sickness. They pray for peace, but rehearse fear. Prayer is not begging. Prayer is aligning your mind with spirit and declaring truth until it manifests. The Bible says, "Let the weak say, I am strong." You are not called to speak your circumstances, you are called to speak your destiny. So I challenge you today, become the guardian of your mind. Watch your thoughts like a watchman on a wall. When a thought of fear tries to enter, replace it with a promise of God. When doubt whispers, declare truth louder. Visualize yourself already living in the answer to your prayers. The more you do this, the more natural it will feel. Soon, your inner world will be so filled with faith and gratitude that your outer world will have no choice but to match it. Remember, manifestation is not magic, it is law. You are creating your life one thought at a time, one belief at a time. And the moment you choose thoughts of faith, love, and abundance, you set a new future in motion. It is not enough to simply hear these truths and feel inspired for a moment. You must live them. Transformation comes through consistent practice. Just as a musician trains their ear or an athlete trains their body, you must train your mind and tongue to align with spirit. Spiritual law is not moved by occasional bursts of faith. It responds to consistent alignment. The Bible says in James 1:22, "Be ye doers of the word, and not hearers only." Knowledge alone will not change your life. It is action that seals your faith. Let me show you a daily routine that will help you walk in consciousness, oneness, and manifestation every single day. This is not complicated, but it is powerful. If you will commit to this practice, your life will begin to reflect these truths quickly, because spiritual law responds immediately when you align with it. Step 1. Morning alignment. Speak before you think. The very first moments of your day are critical. When you wake, your mind is in a receptive state, and your words carry even greater power. Before you check your phone, before you worry about the day, place your hand over your heart and say, "I and my Father are one. I live in divine abundance. Everything I need flows to me now." Speak this slowly and deliberately, allowing each word to settle into your spirit. You are setting the vibration of your entire day. The Bible says in Psalm 118:24, "This is the day which the Lord hath made. We will rejoice and be glad in it." Rejoice before anything happens. Gratitude is the language of faith, and when you begin your day with gratitude and truth, you create a spiritual shield around yourself. Step 2. Visualization prayer. Build your day in spirit first. Before you step into your day, take 5 minutes to see it already blessed. Close your eyes and picture yourself walking through the day with confidence. See yourself meeting the right people, receiving unexpected blessings, and moving through challenges with grace. Picture every situation resolved before it even happens. This is not daydreaming, this is spiritual creation. Jesus said in Mark 11:24, "When ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them." That belief happens in your imagination first. Visualization is the blueprint spirit uses to shape your day. By doing this every morning, you are building your reality in the unseen realm before it manifests in the physical. Step 3. Guard your words, speak only what you want to see throughout the day. You must become a watchman over your own mouth. Never let fear or negativity flow from your lips unchecked. If you catch yourself saying something like, "I'm broke," or "This always happens to me," stop immediately and correct it. "I am abundantly supplied. Everything is working together for my good." Proverbs 13:3 says, "He that keepeth his mouth keepeth his life." That means your words are not just sounds, they are your life force. Speak carefully, because every statement you make is a decree that will return to you. Step 4. Midday reset. Re-center yourself in spirit. Set aside 2 minutes at midday to pause and reset your energy. Find a quiet place, close your eyes, and breathe deeply. Whisper softly, "Be still, and know that I am God." Psalm 46:20. Let this truth sink in. You are not alone. You are not striving, you are one with spirit. During this pause, picture a golden light surrounding you. replenishing your energy and realigning you with divine order. This simple reset can change the entire course of your day, especially if you've faced stress or negativity. Step 5: Evening gratitude and release before you sleep. Review your day through the lens of gratitude. Write down at least 3 blessings, no matter how small. Then release every worry or frustration. Say, I place this day in God's hands. I rest in perfect peace, knowing that Spirit is working all things together for my good. Philippians 4:6-7 promises that when we pray with thanksgiving, the peace of God, which passeth all understanding, shall keep your hearts and minds through Christ Jesus. By ending your day with gratitude and surrender, you program your subconscious to manifest blessings even while you sleep. Step 6: Affirmations on repeat. Choose 1 or 2 affirmations that resonate deeply with you, and repeat them daily. Here are a few to start. I am one with the infinite supply of the universe. All that is mine by divine right flows to me now. I speak life. I create abundance. I live in perfect peace. Every cell in my body vibrates with health, joy, and energy. Say them aloud with emotion, not as empty words but as declarations of truth. The more you repeat them, the more your subconscious accepts them as reality, and your outer life will reflect them. Step 7: Practice silent awareness. Manifestation is not only about words, but also about awareness. Take moments of stillness each day to simply rest in God's presence. Sit quietly, breathe deeply, and feel your oneness with Spirit. This silent awareness strengthens your faith, grounds you in peace, and reminds you that everything you need is already within you. This simple routine, morning declarations, visualization, guarding your words, midday reset, evening gratitude, affirmations, and stillness, will shift your life faster than you can imagine. You will feel lighter, more confident, and more connected to Spirit. Opportunities will begin to flow, because your energy will be aligned with abundance rather than fear. Remember, manifestation is not something you do once, it is a lifestyle. You are always creating, whether intentionally or not. By making these practices a part of your daily rhythm, you are choosing to create consciously, in partnership with God. Every day, remind yourself, I and my Father are one. I am a divine creator. My thoughts and words are shaping my destiny. As you do, you will find that miracles become your normal, because you are no longer living by chance. You are living by spiritual law. I want to pause right here and speak directly to your spirit. You have heard this teaching. You have felt the power of these truths stirring in your heart. Now it is time for action. Too many people listen to wisdom, nod their heads, and go right back to speaking defeat, worrying over problems, and living as if they are powerless. But that is not why you are here. You are here because your soul knows there is more for you. Your spirit is crying out for freedom, for abundance, for peace, for purpose, and today you are being handed the keys. The Bible says in James 20:17, "A faith without works is dead." That means your faith is only alive when you act on it. Hearing this teaching will not change your life if you continue to live the same way, speak the same words, and dwell on the same fears. You must choose to step into your authority. You must take these truths and make them your daily practice. If you are tired of waiting for change, it is time to become the change. So I give you this challenge for the next 7 days. Be intentional about every word you speak and every thought you entertain. Do not let a single word of fear or doubt leave your mouth unchecked. If you catch yourself saying, "I'm so unlucky," stop immediately and replace it with, "I am blessed, favored, and divinely guided." If you find yourself saying, "I can't afford that," replace it with, "I have more than enough. Everything I need flows to me now." Watch your mouth like a hawk, because your words are seeds, and your future is being planted in this very moment. This will not feel easy at first. You will realize how often you have spoken against yourself without thinking. But do not be discouraged. This awareness is a sign of growth. You are awakening to your authority. You are reclaiming your creative power. This is how transformation begins, not with perfection, but with awareness and discipline. The Bible says in Deuteronomy 30:19, I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing, therefore choose life. Every day, every moment, you are choosing. You choose with your words. You choose with your thoughts. You choose with your attitude. Are you choosing life or death, blessing or cursing, faith or fear? This is not a small decision. It is the most important choice you will ever make, and you must make it over and over again until faith becomes your default. I challenge you to take 10 minutes every morning and declare truth over your life. Speak blessings over your finances, your health, your relationships, your dreams. Say things like, I am one with God's infinite supply. I am strong, healthy, and full of life. I am a magnet for divine opportunities. My path is guided, and everything I need flows to me with ease. Speak these words with authority, not as empty affirmations, but as declarations backed by scripture and faith. Then spend a few minutes each night reviewing your day and expressing gratitude. Gratitude is one of the most powerful spiritual tools you possess. It shifts your vibration instantly. Even if you face challenges, thank God for wisdom, protection, and provision. Gratitude turns problems into stepping stones. It shows spirit that you are ready for more, because you recognize what you already have. I also want to challenge you to take a bold step of faith this week. Is there something you've been afraid to do? Apply for a new opportunity, start a business, give generously, speak your truth, or invest in yourself. Take one step toward it. Manifestation is not only about thoughts, it is about inspired action. The Bible says in Proverbs 16:3, Commit thy works unto the Lord, and thy thoughts shall be established. When you act in faith, heaven backs you. You are not helpless. You are not waiting for luck. You are a child of God, and your words carry creative power. You have the authority to speak to mountains, and they must move. You have the authority to call things that are not as though they already are. This is not a motivational idea, it is spiritual law. But law only works for those who apply it. So for the next 7 days, I want you to become fully conscious of your words and thoughts. Write down your affirmations and carry them with you. Place reminders around your home that say, Speak life, or I and my Father are one. Correct yourself every time you speak fear. Do not allow gossip, negativity, or complaining to pass your lips. Instead, fill your mouth with praise, gratitude, and declarations of abundance. By the end of these 7 days, you will notice a shift. Your energy will feel lighter. People will respond to you differently. Opportunities will start to appear. You will see proof that spiritual law is working for you because you are finally working with it. If you are willing to accept this challenge, declare it out loud right now. I choose life. I choose faith. I choose to speak blessings over my life and walk in my divine authority. Say it until your spirit feels it. Write it in the comments so others can agree with you and create a wave of faith. This is how you turn knowledge into power, through action, through discipline, through faith. You were never meant to live a life of struggle. You were born to create, to bless, to shine, and to glorify God with your abundance and peace. But it begins with your choice. So I ask you again, what will you speak today? Life or death? Blessing or cursing? Fear or faith? Choose speak life. Live life abundantly, and watch how quickly heaven responds. As we close this message, I want you to stop for a moment and breathe in deeply. Place your hand over your heart and feel its steady rhythm. That beat is not random, it is the pulse of God flowing through you. It is proof that spirit is alive within you. You are not disconnected, you are not small or forgotten. You are an expression of divine consciousness, created in perfect love and filled with creative power. You are standing at a doorway right now, the doorway between the life you have lived and the life you are about to create. Every word you have spoken has brought you to this moment, and every word you speak from this day forward will build your tomorrow. That is not meant to burden you, it is meant to empower you. The Bible says in Isaiah 55:11, So shall my word be, that goeth forth out of my mouth, it shall not return unto me void, but it shall accomplish that which I please. Your words do not disappear into the air. They are living forces that carry out assignments. If you feel like you've been waiting too long for your breakthrough, I want you to know this: your miracle is not delayed. It is being prepared. Every time you speak faith, every time you declare truth, every time you align with spirit, you are setting spiritual law in motion. What feels slow to you is exact to God. He is not withholding blessings, He is positioning you to receive them. Now, let's seal this teaching with a prophetic declaration. Speak these words with me right now. Wherever you are, I am one with God. I am not separate from my source. I walk in divine favor, and everything I need flows to me now. I speak life, I speak abundance, I speak peace, and I receive it all with gratitude. I am a creator under the Creator, and I live in alignment with spiritual law. Feel those words reverberate through your body. They are not empty sounds, they are spiritual decrees. The atmosphere around you is shifting even now. Angels are being dispatched, doors are opening, and opportunities are being aligned. The invisible world is rearranging itself to match the truth you have spoken. This is not wishful thinking. This is the word of God in action. I declare over you today that cycles of fear are breaking. Lack is dissolving, confusion is leaving your mind, and clarity is taking its place. You will begin to hear divine instructions clearly. You will know when to move, when to wait, and when to speak, because you are one with the mind of Christ. Your steps are ordered, and your path is illuminated. I bless your hands to prosper in everything they touch. I bless your words to carry creative power that manifests good wherever you go. I bless your home to be filled with peace, laughter, and provision. I bless your finances to overflow, not just so you can live in comfort, but so you can become a blessing to others. The same God who multiplied the loaves and fishes is multiplying every resource in your life, even now. You will no longer speak like a beggar. You will speak like a son or daughter of the King. You will stop waiting for miracles to come and start walking in them daily. The supernatural will become your normal because you will live from the awareness that you are never separate from God. He is closer than your breath, and His abundance flows to you without limit. From this day forward, every time fear tries to rise, declare boldly, I and my Father are one. Every time lack tries to whisper, speak loudly, I am supplied abundantly. Every time doubt tries to steal your peace, say with authority, peace, be still. The same power that stilled the storm is in your mouth. Speak it, and watch the winds of adversity obey you. You are not leaving this message the same way you came. Something inside you has awakened. You are no longer a victim of chance, you are a master of spiritual law. You are a creator, and your words are your wand. You will no longer speak carelessly, for you now know that every word you utter is a seed. You will plant wisely, and your harvest will be abundant. So I speak this final blessing over you. May you rise each morning in the awareness of your oneness with God. May you walk in divine alignment, where opportunities chase you and miracles greet you daily. May you speak life so consistently that your very presence brings peace to others. May your life become undeniable proof of God's power working through a person who believes. Declare this one more time with me. I am one with God. I am a vessel of His power, and I manifest His goodness in every area of my life. Let that truth echo in your spirit as you go about your day. Let it guide your words, your thoughts, and your actions. And watch as your entire reality bends to match your faith. This is your moment of awakening. This is your turning point. The hidden teachings of Scripture are no longer hidden to you. They are alive in you, and they will shape your future. Speak boldly, live faithfully, and know that everything you have been praying for is already here, waiting for your words to call it forth. It is done. It is finished, and it is yours.